Welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Glenn. With me, as always, is Jared. Just give me a second. I'm recovering from that because I did not expect the music to be different. that threw me for a loop.
I thought that was something you had made the change, and I was like, oh, I guess it's a new vibe. But no, I guess StreamYard is just shaking things up without our knowledge.
Yeah, not quite the Nosferatu vibe, but we roll with the punches. How are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing great. I have had a nice week, fun, relaxing weekend. But more than anything, I am just so hyped that we finally get to talk about this movie in all its gory and beautiful detail. Because from the moment we had kind of both seen it, I was just like, we're talking about this on the channel, and it was just a question of when. And this week, now that it is officially in our homes to stay, then now is the time.
Yeah. No, and it's funny. I normally obsess over my slipcover has to be in perfect condition, and this one pretty much is, which is why I'm happy with it. However, funny enough, when it arrived, I noticed that it had like too little. You can't see it in here, but if you look and you hold it in like a reflective light, you can see like too little indentations here. But I pretended like those are my little vampire bites on.
I was going to say, are you sure they didn't put them there on purpose?
So it's one time where I'm like, nah, that kind of personalizes my copy a bit. So. But yeah, no, we've been chopping at the bit to talk about this movie. Hi, Stephanie. Great to have you here. And it's funny because I feel like we could have talked about this a lot sooner, because one of the reasons why I kind of insisted that not really insisted, but I suggested we put it off was because we had the lure of an extended cut dangling in front of us from director Robert Eggers. And it's one of the things that we're going to talk about. Would we call it an extended cut? Or, just a slightly not as tightly edited movie. It's funny. I do want to talk about it. We'll get to it, but I'm glad that I saw this movie in theaters before I heard Robert Eggers tease an extended cut, because my mind might have gone like flying in a million different directions with, oh God, what was cut out? Does this plot line feel a little undercooked? And it's like, no, it was just like a tiny little snippets here and there that we got, but that's okay. We're talking about the movie now, and we're not too worse for wear that we waited. So.
I mean, obviously, one of the reasons you wanted to wait is we wanted to time it to coincide with the release of it on home video, because this is, being both, collectors of physical media as we are, this was one we both knew we would be purchasing as soon as it was available. And, because we didn't, get a chance to talk about it when it was still mostly in theaters. I think it may still be in a couple places, but for the most part, it's now finished its theatrical run. This is kind of like, the perfect occasion for it, So I think it works out, and we will touch on the extended cut, such as it is, which obviously it's still a great, I think all the added scenes are great, but it's mainly just because, as I think I had said on Blue Sky, everything that makes this movie the truly special and transcendent masterpiece that it is already present in the theatrical cut. So the extended scenes are just some fun additions.
Yeah. So I guess we'll just dive right in. No need to bury the lead. I think that Nosferatu is just like clearly it's one of the best movies of the year, and like it's just continues the line of just completely masterful films by Robert Eggers. He's quickly turned into just one of my all-time favorite directors. He's made 4 films, and they've all been absolutely amazing in their own unique, bonkers ways. And yeah, it's funny that he wormed his way into my heart first by like appealing to my sensibilities, which is like epic, you know, period revenge tale, with the Northman, and then I've gotten to his other films, which are more sort of, if you could call them that, traditionally like horror, in the horror vein, but they're not traditional at all. And it's sort of, it was like the Northman was the like sort of creaking open the door to my love of his straight up horror movies, and yeah, genre that is not normally for me, and yet I like a good number of horror films. It's just usually I require like more of a hook into them than sort of your traditional haunted house, horror movie. And his films certainly deliver that in spade. And this is just such a amazingly like creepy, bizarre, sick, twisted, gothic horror romance. It's just like somebody over in the Force Center Discord shared a meme today, which said that even though I would have preferred the use of Buffy the Vampire Slayer instead of Twilight, but the meme did say like, Twilight is
I have it here if you want me to just read it.
You go ahead and read it.
This was Haunted Applebee's on either on Blue Sky. Someone shared their quote tweet of saying, "Twilight is baby's first monster fucker movie. Shape of Water is a monster fucker movie for grown adults. Nosferatu is a monster fucker movie, but for actual perverts." Well, that's obviously a bit tongue in cheek. I honestly think Robert Eggers would get a kick out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it accurately sums it up. No, but it's just an extraordinary cinematic achievement, because I was watching this movie today, and well, in deference to what you just read, I did like pause the movie while a family member walked through the room. I was like, I'll just wait till they leave the room. but no, I have loved this movie since the first viewing. I got to see it twice in theaters. Once in a regular theater, then the second time at a late night IMAX showing, which was quite a treat. And I just like instantly, I was like, oh my God, it's really delightful when you get to sit down in a theater and you're watching something that is monumental. And just like, I hate to you hate to overuse the word masterpiece, but it's like when Robert Eggers makes a movie, it's like, how do you describe it as anything else? Maybe I'm sure at some point in the future he'll probably trip up and deliver maybe a not as great movie, but he hasn't done it yet. So yeah, I adore this film, all its in all its twisted nature.
Yeah, this is truly, in many ways, I think, Robert Eggers' apotheosis to date as a filmmaker. Hey, Danny. And part of that is that, you know, I've been a big fan of his since his debut film, The Witch, all the way back in 2016, and have loved The Lighthouse and Nosferatu and The Northman as well. But if you delve into any interviews that Robert Eggers has given about this movie and the journey he went on to making it, then he will often share that he believes this is his most personal film. And it's because he has loved this story of Nosferatu and the original 1922, you know, German silent horror classic on which it is based, since childhood. And it is in many ways, for many reasons, the reason he became a filmmaker at all. He has shared the story that he actually he was so inspired by Nosferatu that he and a friend of his put on a high school stage production of Nosferatu when he was in 8th grade that actually got some good citations, and it caught the eye of a professional theater, theater producer who invited them to take it to a theater in New York City. And from there, that was kind of Robert Eggers' path into starting into the industry. And obviously he has wanted to make this movie forever. And originally it was going to be his second movie after The Witch, which was kind of the debut feature that launched him onto the scene. But for one reason or another, whether it was budgetary or whether it was timing or the right cast, he ultimately he ended up putting it off, and he made The Lighthouse first, and he made the Northman first, and that had allowed different actors that were attached to the project to come and go. And to be honest, there is an interesting version of this movie that could have been made maybe as Robert Eggers' second film that I still think would have been great. But it was, it feels in many respects like this movie, this version of the movie, this truly special version could only have been made now, with Robert Eggers now having had 3 films under his belt and establishing himself in the industry enough to get the budget and the backing of a major studio and Focus Features to do a production like this, and to do it with his complete creative control and vision and deliver just an astonishing work of art. And when you think about all the things of what could have been and how it led to what we have now, there's really only one word for it, and that word is providence.
Oh God, I knew you were doing that. No, yep. It's so interesting because. Yeah, it's because he had, like you said, it would have been probably would have been a really great version of this movie, but it's impossible to sort of avoid the fact that this is, Robert Eggers post The Northman, where he got to deal with a very big, for him at least, a very big production, maybe not on the scale of some other movies we've talked about, but certainly compared to the budgetary constraints, that he was used to working with before, and sort of the scale of the production. So this is undoubtedly a different version than what we would have gotten. And it's interesting because you and I talked about the what ifs of this movie early on when it was announced. And as casting was getting announced, and we were both like, but if only, because there was, of course, the fact that Anya Taylor-Joy had been, attached to it at one point. And now I remember the first thing I said to you after I came out of the movie was like, we both love Anya Taylor-Joy, but forget all that, because Lily-Rose Depp just like blew this away. Like, she was absolutely amazing, and I can't even imagine anybody else in that role. And so like everything comes in its time. Like I do like to talk about, sort of the the what ifs and the the sort of lost opportunities. I've lamented about several of them in the past. Everything from, what would a Guillermo del Toro Hobbit duology have looked like? What would it have been like to have David Bowie in Blade Runner 2049? But the fact of the matter is that things unfold the way they are meant to, for better or for worse. And I'd say in this case, it was absolutely for the better. This is the movie that we were meant to get with this cast, and I wouldn't change a single bit of it. It's just so amazing in every respect. And in my first denouncing of this year's Oscars of the stream, I'm going to rage about the fact that Lily-Rose Depp is not nominated for Best Actress, because dear God, she is absolutely amazing in this film.
Yeah, I will join you in that outrage, but not just as to shake my fist at the Oscars, but just because I think Lily-Rose Depp deserves every acclaim and plaudit and triumphant representation of her work as an artist in this movie that we can throw at her. I described her in my first viewing, after my first viewing, having walked out of the theater, as a revelation, and that viewing has only gotten stronger with every subsequent viewing. And as you pointed out, originally it was rumored, and I think more or less confirmed, that it was Anya Taylor-Joy, who had worked with Robert Eggers on The Witch and The Northman, who was originally attached to play this role, the character of Ellen Hutter. And Anya Taylor-Joy is a phenomenal actress, one of my favorites working. I'm sure she would have done a great version of this character, and I'm sure that she would have, especially if it had been made earlier in Robert Eggers' filmography. But having now seen this movie, it's weird to say, again, given how much I love Anya Taylor-Joy, but I am so glad and thankful that it is Lily-Rose Depp in this role, because I think that this performance, it will sound like hyperbole, but I mean it sincerely. I think this performance is an all-time leading lady horror performance. And the reason I think that is because, when I was thinking about the fact that, I know intellectually Lily-Rose Depp is probably not going to get nominated for lead actress for this, because the Oscars don't like horror that much. And, this isn't the type of performance they typically go for. And and there's a rich tradition of what are called scream queens in horror, leading ladies in horror projects who have done great work. You think about, a lot of famous actresses got their start in that in that role. But when I tried to think about performances that I would place Lily-Rose Depp's portrayal of Ellen on the level of, the names that started to come to mind, honest to God, were names like Jodie Foster in The Silence of the Lambs, Sigourney Weaver in Aliens, Ellen Burstyn in The Exorcist, and Natalie Portman in Black Swan. And what all those performances have in common? Two of them, they were all nominated for Best Actress, and two of them won. Because sometimes when the work is transcendent, it breaks through. And I think that Lily-Rose Depp should have broken through. Especially, when people talk about Oscar snubs, and I'm always of the opinion that, if you're going to say that someone should have gotten into the Oscar field, you have to name somebody that you would have taken out. And this year, not going to dwell on it. I can definitely think of one actress in the Best Actress field who I would 100% remove in favor of Lily-Rose Depp. But even in a year where all the actress nominees were stellar, she should have been, in this field, because it is a astonishing performance, not only in terms of its physicality, and we will talk about that, because everything that you see Lily-Rose Depp doing on screen in this movie, she did. There is no stunt double. There is no visual,
yeah.
And the way she worked with a movement coordinator to learn this Japanese dance movement Buto that Robert Eggers has talked about, to the crazy physicality, that would have been impressive enough. but then the emotion and the layers that she puts into this performance, starting out as, obviously a very, in many respects, repressed and scared and traumatized young woman, and living in a very restrictive society and being haunted by a literal monster. And then where she goes with it as she starts to, stand up for herself more and assert herself more and fight for her life, and ultimately choose how she is going to meet her fate, her destiny. It is remarkable. It had me awed, it had me in tears at parts, and it just had me so exhilarated by the end that I'm like, she has written her ticket as far as I'm concerned. She had been in a couple of things I'd seen before, most famously, given, our connection to Keira Knightley, I'd seen her in the movie Silent Night, which is not a highlight in Keira's filmography, but it's a fun movie, and Lily-Rose Depp is good in it. She was in the Timothy Chalamet and Robert Pattinson kind of take on Henry V, the king, and she was good in that. I think people had unfortunately kind of started to write her off a little bit after she did this HBO show called The Idol that a lot of people didn't like and thought was controversial. And she kind of got tarnished with the stain of that. Whatever that happened, whether that was merited or not, it should be gone, because every director in Hollywood should want to work with an actress of this caliber. And we haven't even mentioned the fact that, yes, she is Johnny Depp's daughter, but she has staked her own claim here. She is an actress to watch. And I feel the same way about her as that I felt about Anya Taylor-Joy coming out of The Witch. I'm like, this is a star. A star is truly born here.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to make too many fans here. I'm often roll my eyes at the Nepo baby thing because yeah, it gives you a leg up, but it also makes people potentially not take you seriously. And also, quite honestly, my thought is that there's a reason why a lot of like children of famous actors actually end up being actors themselves, and it's because they got front row seats to a pretty good acting coach and a series of acting lessons, and so maybe they're picking stuff up, and and so very often I think actors in that position tend to earn their way, and if they're not good, they don't. They tend to fall by the wayside. And obviously, Lily-Rose Depp's interest in following, in her father's footsteps, well earned, because she's absolutely astounding. So yeah, it's just one of those things where I can't wait to see what she does in the future. And I hope that even though this didn't get the awards recognition that it should have, I do hope this is a big stepping stone for her in terms of future work. Because just, dear God, just out of this world amazing.
In the short term, I will settle for her working with Robert Eggers again. He's got a couple of projects coming up, and I hope that she becomes much like Willem Dafoe and Anya Taylor-Joy and Ralph Ineson and Kate Dickie have kind of become. I hope that having seen how incredible she is in this movie, and having had a front row seat to all of it from her audition that he's talked about extensively, that the next when Werewolf or the Labyrinth sequel or whatever comes next for Robert Eggers rolls around, he's like, Lily-Rose Depp is going to be the first name on my call sheet.
Oh my God, you just said the Labyrinth sequel, and I'm just once again finding myself in utter disbelief that's actually happening.
It may be the most insane thing Robert Eggers has ever done with his career, and that is saying something considering the fact he made the light. But I can't wait for it. I'm sure it'll be great.
He's not the very last person that I would have thought of for a Labyrinth sequel. but he's still pretty darn close.
Yeah, and again, we're not to veer off topic on that, but it's like it'd be one thing if it's like Robert Eggers is doing a reimagining of Labyrinth, which like allows him to do it in more of a dark tone. I'm like, no, it's like it's a straight up sequel.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, no. So, all right. So, like, we've gotten our initial impressions, and we've started in in good form our praise of Lily-Rose Depp, which was like the first major thing I wanted to get across. Like, where do you want to go from here? Because, dear God, this batshit crazy movie has a lot to say about it.
Well, I actually think there's a pretty natural starting point, which is the fact that, we touched on it very briefly earlier, but we'll reiterate it here. One of the reasons this movie is different is that it is Robert Eggers' first, essentially, remake. It is an adaptation not only of the 1922 F.W. Murnau film Nosferatu, a Symphony of Horror, which was kind of one of the original cult films because it was an unauthorized adaptation of the Bram Stoker Dracula novel, and it was kind of embroiled in a legal mess for years.
Which, do you want to know something? I just want to get this off my chest, and I may be the densest person in the world, but like going into this, I had no idea that Nosferatu was a remake, or not a remake, but like an unauthorized adaptation of Dracula. I just didn't know that. I thought it was its own thing, and I'm trying to think of when I actually like became aware of the fact, because it may not even been during my first viewing of the movie. It may have been like after the fact, as I was watching interviews, because the other funny thing is I realized after this sort of occurred to me that I've never actually seen a genuine like film or television adaptation of Dracula. I've seen the character in various things. Buffy the Vampire Slayer comes to mind, and and other things. But I've just never straight up like sat down and absorbed the original Dracula story, in whether that's in the book or in various film adaptations. It really is kind of a black hole in my sort of cultural understanding. It's the weirdest thing. So this was actually my first interaction with the Dracula story, which I find bonkers and unbelievable. But so yeah, that was a revelation for me, like throughout my experience of seeing this movie and then watching the interviews and everything. And I kind of love that, because the fact that this is my first interaction with that story, and what a freaking way to enter into it, even if it is remarkably late in my life for that. But yeah, that was cool for me to come to understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a fascinating entry point, and it kind of makes sense given your general, not like horror not being your preferred genre, that you may not have sought out the Dracula story beforehand, especially because it's one of those stories that is kind of seeped into the popular culture to such an extent that it's like, it even if you don't know it and you haven't seen it, kind of. At least, but it is notable that, like, this movie has been, if you think about the original Dracula story, it has been done in cinematic adaptations before, like most famously probably Francis Ford Coppola's 1992 Dracula. But then Nosferatu itself has also been remade. Werner Herzog made a version in 1979. And the original novel is obviously considered a timeless classic of just English literature in general. And it's honestly probably not a stretch to say Dracula may be the most adapted cinematic character ever in all his forms.
Well, and that's the thing, like, because I've seen the character of Dracula in things, but but like I didn't even know the basic outline of the original story, which is why even watching this movie, it didn't occur to me, oh, this is Dracula.
Yeah.
So it was only after the fact. So I don't know. It just, for someone who loves cinema and literature as much as I do, it kind of took me back that I realized how little I knew about the original Dracula story.
Yeah, and it's again, it's a fun point of reference coming into it, because again, I was familiar with it, with the novel and previous adaptations, but it's telling that even though it is probably one of the most fake, retold and iterated upon stories in our modern film canon, it's this version of it still feels fresh. Even the movie that it is probably, and it is probably the most analogous directly to the 1922 original silent film, because that is the version that Robert Eggers loved so dearly, and that version is a direct, unauthorized remake of the Dracula novel, basically just with the character names changed. And if one of the things you may not have seen in previous iterations of Dracula, you learned that basically every Dracula story starts with him having an interest in real estate, wanting to get out of Transylvania and go to a different country, whether it's England or Germany. But the reason that this movie feels so fresh is because of what Robert Eggers did with the perspective, and in specifically choosing to make Ellen Hutter, Lily-Rose Depp's character, the lead and center the story through her perspective. Because that is something that, for all its many virtues, and I did actually go back and rewatch the original 1922 version of Nosferatu because it's free on YouTube this week to kind of get that reference. And you can see that it is the same story. But the way it alters its perspective on the characters, it's completely different. It feels like a completely, original take on it. And it's because, in previous iterations, the character of Ellen Hutter is a little bit more passive in the background. She still, makes a tremendous, a noble, sacrifice at the end in the original 1922 version, but she's not the central figure. It's really much more, Orlok himself, and if there is a human protagonist, it's probably Hutter, Ellen's husband, Thomas Hutter, much as Jonathan Harker is one of the protagonists in the original Dracula story. But this inverts it, because really a lot of these stories about vampires, it must be said, there is an element of a psychosexual thriller to it. There's an element of romanticism to it, and there is a current about essentially women being abused and stalked and mistreated by society that is present in every Dracula story and a lot of other horror type fiction, which is one of the reasons many women love vampire stories and gravitate to the genre. But this version actually makes that explicit front and center, and starts the movie with Ellen, and the idea, another new iteration for this version of the story, opens the idea that she has had this connection with Orlok, with the beast, with the vampire of legend, for years and years beforehand, even before she really knew what it was. Because in the original, basically Orlok just he does stalk and hunt Ellen, but he kind of discovers her a little bit more incidentally, it's implied. In this, they really feel like they are inextricably bound. And that opening sequence, which is again a new thing for this movie, is one of the most chilling and beautifully and haunting, effective opening sequences I've ever seen in a horror movie. All the way up to the fact that one of the reasons I love it so much is it really focuses more on atmosphere and tone. And I tend not to like movies that rely on jump scares. But this movie has one of the best jump scares I've ever seen, 3 minutes into its runtime. But it all really, it's because it starts with Ellen and her connection to the beast.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I always love when movies do this, and not just horror movies, because Quentin Tarantino fucks with you in the opening of Kill Bill too. where, where you're, you got a woman and there's some breathing involved. And it does immediately put your mind in sort of a sexual sort of frame, where in the case of Kill Bill, the opening starts with you hear Uma Thurman's heavy breathing, and then it cuts to what she's actually going through, and you see that she's bloodied and bruised and has been assaulted, and it's like, oh shit. And in this case, it cuts to Ellen on the ground making some noises that I think
big noises, yes.
Yeah, and and then it immediately cuts to this absolutely horrifying shot of Orlok that's really so quick you don't even know what you've just seen. And and then screaming, and it made me jump in the theater, and and it's an absolutely horrifying note in which to start off the movie, and it just lets you know that don't get relaxed with this movie, because you're actually going to be on edge the whole time through. So yeah, it's brilliant, and part of what makes it so brilliant, in addition to the phenomenal acting, the cinematography, which we will talk about, but also the score by Robin Carolyn, which he started working with Robert Eggers on The Northman, and that was an extremely powerful score and worked very well with the film. But I'm going to just go ahead and say that I think that this eclipses even his work on that, and it's just like it's just such an incredibly stunning score, and just had me enraptured all the way through. And when we get to talking about the final sequence, we will definitely be talking about the music, because dear God. And speaking of which, I will go ahead and plug the fact that I do have physical media copy of the soundtrack. So
to be honest, I'm not as big of a physical media score collector as you are, Gwen. I'm generally okay with buying music on digital more than movies. This is one I might have to buy physically, because this is a remarkable score. And honestly, I would agree, Evil Dead. I think that, this is right up there with the very best opening scenes in any horror movie. And because of how the patience it shows, even though that opening scene is only like 3 minutes, the fact that it starts with the music box, and we're looking at the old studio logos, and then we hear the music box come in, and then the screen's still black, but then we hear Ellen, crying softly in the background. And we don't know why she's crying yet, but we soon learn. And then just the way that we hear her voice next, and her saying, "Come to me," and then her face emerges out of the shadows, and it's just beautifully lit, but the tears are streaming down her face, and she's asking for, in her words, "Come to me, a guardian angel, a spirit of comfort, a spirit of any celestial sphere, anything." And we just get the sense, even before we know what this truly means, that this is a young woman who is completely and utterly lost and alone, and our heart reaches out to her. We want to comfort her. We want her to be okay. And then we hear, and it just, when it seems like there might not be any response, just pure silence, then we hear Orlok's voice. And we'll talk about Orlok's voice, because that's another great revelation that's a new feature for this movie. But speaking in the ancient Dacian tongue of that the Romani, warlord would have spoken, another great period accurate feature of Robert Eggers' movies, and him just talking about you awoke me from the eternal darkness. You are not for the living. And the way that this is all one shot, by the way, the way that the camera is pulling back, and Robert Eggers talked about the fact that to get this shot, they actually had to build a set where that would swing open so they could move the camera back, and they could get this tracking shot where Ellen is standing in the window on, almost levitating, and we see Orlok's shadow through the curtains, and it's just like God. And then the way it cuts to the outside as she's sleepwalking, and then her lying on the ground, and and him saying, "Do you swear to be with me ever eternally?" And she's like, "I swear." And then she goes into the little like orgasmic moans, and we're like, something's coming, something bad is coming. I don't know when, but we're getting a jump scare here. But then I counted, and it takes almost 15 seconds for us to get it, where the camera is just fixated on her face, and it's almost enough to allow doubt to enter your mind, like maybe there is a good. Oh, there it is. Fuck. And then we get the title card, and I'm like, God damn, I'm in. This is some high level filmmaking right here.
Yeah, no. It's just like I said, it's really screwed up. If you really want to screw with an audience's head, they're combining sex and horror is the way to do it. It always is. I mean, that's why Alien is such an effective horror movie, because it's also treating and all that stuff, and it just makes it all the more terrifying. But yeah, so yeah, just absolutely phenomenal opening scene that scared the shit out of me. And then we cut to years later, and there's a number of things that I want to sort of cover, and it's that we're immediately we find Ellen in a different state, where she's married to the character of Thomas, played by Nicholas Hoult, who I think is absolutely great.
Yes.
I love the casting there, and she seems to be in a better place, or at least she has been. That's about to change. And we can backtrack and talk about them, but real quick, I just want to jump ahead to the next scene and talk about it maybe seems strange to jump to this, but he's an actor that I've loved for a long time, so I really just want to talk about the great Simon McBurney, who plays Herr Canuck in this, because when Thomas goes to see him about the position, and he's you don't necessarily catch it on your first viewing, but you can hear him like cackling in the office as Thomas is approaching. But for the most part, he seems like the sort of character we're used to seeing Simon McBurney play, like a sort of well-to-do, the businessman who's is sort of lending a helping hand to Thomas. It's only these little touches that let you know that no, actually this guy is fucked up in the head. And then there's he walks off screen, and you get this little that somehow went over my head on the first viewing, so that when we get the next scene with him, I'm like, what the fuck? And yeah, I just think it's an absolutely brilliant performance, because it's so much more unhinged than we normally get from him in any other performance I've seen him in. He's been in stuff like it's hard to put my finger on all the stuff he's been in, because he's one of those actors who plays a lot of supporting roles, but he's always very strong. He was in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. He's been in numerous other things, and I think he was in one of the Mission Impossible movies, and so to really see him veer into like crazy for this movie was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he was also in The Duchess too. That was another thing I remember him from. Yes. And the Harry Potter films. But in particular, it's a remarkable thing to say about a movie that also features Willem Dafoe playing a crazy character, but no one is having more fun in this movie than Simon McBurney as Aaron. He gets to play truly unhinged, and it's delightful, even though it's horrifying. And he is, I again, having noted that I just rewatched the original 1922 Nosferatu this week. The character of Knock in that movie, played by Alexander Granach, he is, even for 1922 silent film acting, that actor is mugging it up for the camera, like eyes bugging out, cackling, head lolling around. That would be me. Knock in this movie, played by Simon McBurney, he seems a little eccentric, perhaps a little, off, but he seems like a reasonably normal guy, even as he's starting to make, little vocal affectations, like his constant refrains of Providence, which I just love so much. And making kind of oblique comments about Hutter's wife, Ellen, the fact that she's like, she truly is a nonpareil, almost a sylph. Like a spirit of the air. And I'm like, and then he's laughing to himself, and then he starts giving the mission. And and also, again, this movie is not the funniest movie in the world, but there are some moments of subtle comedy, some moments of black comedy, and some moments of just pure hammy comedy, like the fact that he was like, I've been entertaining dealings with a foreign count. He's he's an old and eccentric. He has one foot to the grave, so to speak. And you're just like, you can almost hear the tis that's going on. Or the fact is like, he insists we offer him an agent in the flesh. Yes. And then you're like, I get that this guy's probably insane, but then the next time we see him, he's butt-ass naked in a demonic,
yeah, I'm actually really impressed that he held himself together as well as he did in that scene.
Yeah. And then you're like, no, this guy's truly insane. And he's not the better off for it, but we are, because it's a phenomenally entertaining performance, even as he gets into doing some real fucked up stuff later in the movie.
Yeah, I love his line delivery of when when Thomas says and the Count's name, and he goes, Orlok. Yeah, it's just so great.
Yeah.
Because also that's another one of those things that, even though I was not familiar with like the original film or even like any adaptations of Dracula, like Count Orlok is just one of those names that regardless of whether the original movie or any versions of the story or not. It just is seeped into your consciousness as Count Dracula. And so that was a sort of spine chilling moment. So
and I'll just want to address what Evil Dead is saying here in the chat, that the actors should have been German speakers. I get that impulse, because this story does take place in Germany, and all the main cast are mostly American or British. But I think you had addressed this earlier in the week too, Gwen, with our friend Cassie, just the fact that this is kind of just a convention of the genre. This is an American-made movie for American English-speaking audiences, and it's just kind of something that we kind of, I mean, yes, I'm sure Robert Eggers could have made this movie in German with German actors, but it's just kind of like, you just have to roll with the fact that, yes, they're speaking English, and these are mostly British actors, but they're meant to be speaking German. It's just part of the convention.
I mean, all due respect to, like, and if you want to have that opinion that that the accents should always be true to the region we're seeing, that's fine, but I don't subscribe to that, because the thing for me is that none of these people should be speaking English anyway. So it's never really bothered me when the accents don't line up, because this isn't a German production. It's an American film, and for better or for worse, so Americans do tend to see the English accents as just like carte blanche for whatever region. And you can be annoyed with that if you want to, but just wait until next week when we're talking about Amadeus, and you've got that takes place in Austria, and you've got American and British accents. And yet that movie won Best Picture. So so there you go.
And also, a couple weeks ago, we had talked about Gladiator, and we learned that everyone in ancient Rome was apparently British as well. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, it is basically a just a convention. But I really think it's because we want like it sweeps me up in the performances. I like all of these actors are you know they're playing their characters first and foremost, and I want them to be kind of a little bit more unencumbered, and if that means that they speak in their more natural accents so that they can actually focus on conveying emotion and conflict more effectively, then that's the way it's got to go.
Yeah. So yeah, if it's an issue for you, that's fine. It's not one for me. So yeah. But yeah, so we can go ahead and talk a little bit about the relationship between Thomas and Ellen, which is really great. I love that. Also, this is a great way to sort of examine Ellen as a character and um, how sort of open she is, but also with Thomas and their relationship. If you contrast that with the characters of Friedrich and Anna, who are they have a close relationship, but they're very proper, and which may come partly with their sort of station in life, which is different from Thomas and Ellen. But Thomas and Ellen are very like unhidden with their sort of affection for one another, and I find that like really refreshing for the period, and it really just goes to show that why perhaps Ellen might have been that Orlok was interested in Ellen. And but yeah, I really love their relationship. I thought it was and the fact that as the film unfolds, like Thomas, is, as she says, her salvation, not in sort of a traditional hero kind of way, but just their relationship and the affection they have for one another. It's not a sort of classic, with him, she's pure. That it's not that kind of thing, but it's like, but she feels safe with him, and it's she's free to explore and be herself with him in a way that doesn't make her feel sort of ashamed the way her interactions with Orlok do.
No, and I mean, one of the things that I love a lot about their relationship is just how sweet it is and how sincere it is, even if there is obvious conflict and tension. And part of that is the fact that, another big element of this movie that's kind of layered onto the thematic, cake of many layers is the idea of class. You mentioned that Friedrich and Anna, are very wealthy characters, and Thomas is not, and by extension, Ellen is not. And what interests me is I know this like on subsequent viewings, like when we see Ellen in that opening scene in her house, it seems like she lives in a pretty big mansion, honestly, which implies she may have been pretty well off herself at one point. But clearly, wealth did not make her happy because, as we learn throughout the movie, she was desperately alone. Her mother died when she was very young. Her father always seemed to be like put off by her strange affectations, because even before she connected with Orlok, she had these little psychic, affectations. And it's clear that like this is one of the reasons why she was just like so desperate enough that she found herself vulnerable to someone like Orlok. But as she says, it all ended, it all changed when I met my Thomas. And to me, what that kind of implies, they're newlyweds. It kind of implies that Thomas may have been somewhat below Ellen in station, but he was kind to her. They formed a connection. They fell in love, and she, got to be with him, even if it meant kind of a step down in her social status, perhaps. But as she said, she doesn't really care about that. She just loves her husband and wants to be with him in a way that, like, she has all the shame about this repressed sexual energy she had with Orlok. But now she's married to Thomas, and she can actually be sexual and open with her husband in what's considered the societally acceptable way. And she wants to do that. But Thomas has, even though he loves his wife very dearly, it's clear, he has a little bit more of that tension, because he clearly sees that he's like, no, Ellen deserves to have that high status, that wealth, that class. And I need to prove myself as a man in this society by doing what men are expected to do, which is provide, get the good job, is secure my official position in the firm, get my wife a big house with maidservants, so then we can, start raising our family. It's implied that, like, that's really what's driving his decision making in the beginning, and it's born of love for Ellen, but it's also just him kind of seeking to conform to societal expectations. And Ellen keeps pushing back on that, because she's like, we don't need any of that, we just need each other, I just want you, I love you. But for him, at least in the beginning, that love isn't everything, he needs more. And again, that is another door on which, Orlok can enter and drive a wedge.
Yeah, it's like it's that male ego and pride. It's like, just listen to your wife, man. She's she's happy with the way things are. But yeah, it's. And that leads, him to, take this commission and go, even though alarm bells, as he gets closer and closer to Orlok's castle, those alarm bells should be going off. But
long before that, to be honest, like, the first warning sign we get is the scene where after he's gotten his assignment from Hernok, and he comes home and he's gotten his wife some flowers, basically say, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to need to go away for now to do this for us. And we get that absolutely beautiful scene of Ellen holding the flowers and looking almost like a painting, almost like a ghost in many ways. And her first question is just to ask, why have you killed these beautiful flowers? And that is a moment that actually comes directly from the 1922 version. That scene's in there, but it's played in a different context here, because there it was more like, oh, why have you killed these beautiful flowers? And Hutter is just dashing off more to go and, do his commission. He's a much more like ebullient character in that movie. But here, Ellen, it's implied that one of the reasons Ellen is sad is because she feels this connection with death. And here is this young, beautiful thing that has been cut down before its prime for almost no reason at all. And now her husband, who has been her joy and her source of connection to the life, is going away. And now she's having dreams again. And that scene where she tells him about her dream, like, that was, I think, was truly the first moment in the movie. Like, I mean, I'm already impressed with Lily-Rose Depp's opening scene and scenes earlier with Thomas at their honeymoon and this. But the moment when she gives that speech talking about her dream and the wedding and death, I was like, oh my God, she is like, because the camera just stays on her. It does not move. It just shows her face as she's giving this very, emotionally charged speech, and like with this horrific imagery. And we could almost see what she is seeing, even though the camera is just showing us her.
Yeah, don't you hate when this happens?
Just another Tuesday.
Happens more often than you think. No, that's that scene. Like there's your awards clip right there, or one of them. It just absolutely just stunning, and then just the look on Thomas's face as he's watching her say this, and especially for like, those back in those days, it's like, never say these words to anyone. It's because, he's concerned about what'll happen to her. And, but God, just I'd never been so happy as that moment as I held hands with death, and just yeah, the fact that it's just this mixture of like terror, but joy, complete and utter joy on her face, and then she collapses in his arms in tears. It's just what a just acting tour de force, and just like yeah, it's this whole stream will just be us talking about how absolutely astounding Lily-Rose Depp is in the film, but yeah, that's one of those scenes early on where you're just like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be honest, like I like to believe that if I were married to the lovely Ellen, as played by Lily-Rose Depp, that appeal would have been enough to get me to stay. But I'm not an 1838, German, solicitor / pauper, and honestly, Ellen frightens him in this scene. He is, he again loves her very dearly, but when she collapses against him, like crying and seeking comfort, his response, even though he does embrace her, is never speak these things aloud. We talked about this, this is the kind of stuff that's in the past. The doctor said, you shouldn't be dwelling on this shit anymore, like put it away. And it's partially because he doesn't want to deal with it. It freaks him out. But she's pleading with him not to go, she's like, you can't, it pretends something awful for us. If you leave, something terrible will happen, and you can't leave. I love you too much. And then you get the smash cut to them in the carriage, and you're like, oh fuck. Of course he didn't listen to her. Of course, this is gonna, now we're on the slippery slope to doomsday here. But again, great performances.
And you just get the sound of the cat purring in her lap as they're in the carriage, which is just those wonderful little touches.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, she's a minor character, but shout out to Greta the cat. A great little flavor for this movie. Wonderful little, cute little performer. And incidentally, I might know, I haven't been able to find anything to confirm this, but I think it's probably true. The cat's name, Greta, I suspect, is after Greta Schroeder, who played Ellen in the original 1922 version. Nice.
Yeah, don't know if she gave a better performance than Sir Pounce, but
that guy was such a diva. It's hard to imagine not to. Although Sir Pounce certainly made his cultural impact in 2014.
Yeah, but he wasn't called back in future seasons, so that might tell us something. But. Yeah, no, it's something that maybe I want to save to fully dive into until we get to the later scenes when Willem Dafoe comes into the picture and all that. But one of the just major parts of this movie and really interesting is because of the way that Robert Eggers really explores like real history through this sort of supernatural lens, is the fact that all these things we get about with like Ellen's dreams and then later on, her trouble sleeping and her like seizures and spasms and all this stuff, these were like real things that women of the time went through that was subscribed to what they called hysteria, and really it was just like the sexual repression, and just because of the nature of the times, and so I love the fact that Robert Eggers explores all that through this supernatural lens of a demon Orlok and all this stuff, and really highlighting sort of Orlok standing in for Ellen's dark desires, and and like maybe just let women go ahead and acknowledge those things without shame or the fear of it, and so I just I found that just so really fascinating. Watching the film, and I love the way that Robert Eggers does that, tackling subjects like that, and doing and with The Witch, it was about the sort of women and how they were judged for sort of stepping out of bounds, and all this stuff called witches and things like that. And then it shows us like what that what the real fear of what a witch was back then, and it's just it's part of what makes his movies so interesting and so thrilling to watch. So yeah, we'll get into that a bit more later on, but for now I want to go ahead and talk about what may be not my favorite performance in the film. Clearly that's Lily-Rose Depp, but like one of my favorite performances in the movie is Aaron Taylor Johnson.
I'm so glad to hear you say that,
Friedrich. Because just watching the journey that he goes on, and like all the fear and disbelief and the way he scoffs at things, but then ultimately by the end of the movie he can't refute, and he has to accept, and it just drives him into such a dark place. I love that Aaron Taylor Johnson is really getting a chance to really give this kind of a performance, because I do feel like a little earlier in his career he was not I don't know if respected is the right word, but I feel like people were undervaluing his talents, and I've always felt that he was actually quite excellent in Anna Karenina, and I never felt like he got his just due for that. But his work here is just even miles beyond that. And he's not the centerpiece of the film. He's a supporting character, but he's phenomenal. Just the way he sort of gives and takes with believing and not believing, and then when you get to the end of the movie, where he just like the look on his face of like he can't do anything else but finally accept what's happening, and it's a man who's just sort of lost sort of all comfort of sort of reason and science that he's sort of put his faith into. And it's a really interesting performance, and I think that it's actually one of the strongest in the movie. So
I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I think Aaron Taylor Johnson is also a very underrated actor, and some of that is just the roles he's got. He's taken on in some movies are not the roles that get you the kind of great thematic depth that you always want. I'm glad you brought up Anna Karenina, because his performance in this movie most directly reminds me of that, as his performance as Count Vronsky, which incidentally, when I went back and looked at the Anna Karenina cast list, add another actor to the register of that, how everyone famous is in that movie. Apparently Bill Skarsgård also had a small role in there.
Really? Wow, I missed that.
Yeah, I think he plays just one of the Russian soldiers. It's a small part, but I was like, oh shit, yeah, he's there. But in particular, like the character of Vronsky is obviously very dashing and a romantic lead, and sweeps Anna off her feet, and Aaron Taylor Johnson plays that very well. Here he's playing a similar, like something different. He's playing a family man, like a true family man, a pillar of the business community, kind of a respect, like the quintessential, like respected citizen of Wisborg. He in his introductory scene, we learn that he has, taken on his father's business. He now runs the shipyard. And he is like, sounds like he's doing it pretty well. He's talking about like the bloody responsibility is crushing, but it doesn't seem to complain with all the earnings. And he's he's married to a wife he clearly adores in Anna, and he's got 2 young daughters who as he says, I love them more than the world. And they've got another baby on the way. Although again, another period note, the fact that he knows that his wife is pregnant before she does, that's another kind of damning sign of the times. Look, maybe she
I do love when Thomas says, "Oh, congratulations! You always were a rutting goat." And he goes,
yeah, and that's great. And I think it's one of the reasons that I think I appreciated Aaron Taylor Johnson's performance even more on a second watch, because on the first watch, he is in many respects a little bit more comedic. He has a lot of like kind of big pronouncements and affectations, and he does the goat thing, but then he also has moments where he just gets these little affectations throughout the movie, like he's constantly saying, "What?" and "capital. This is just capital." And he's got the sweet bomb with his daughters where they're like, there's a monster under our bed. He's like, "Pardon me, but I appear I must go hunt a monster." And his wife's like, "You're a perfect child yourself."
That's so like, it's just so chilling when you know what's coming.
Yeah, and again, like that's why I appreciated more on the second watch, because it's easy to get swept up all these fun little affectations, but as he unravels through the course of the movie, as he starts to lose his grip on reason, and then he starts to his city falls under siege from the plague, and then he starts to lose his family, he just has to go to some dark places, and you ultimately realize this is an incredibly tragic character. And it's fascinating to go back and rewatch the movie with that known ending in mind, and then see him in the beginning. And you realize, as Robert Eggers has said, I think in his behind the scenes, this character actually goes on one of the biggest arcs in the entire movie. And Aaron Taylor Johnson is playing that from beginning to end with just incredible skill.
Yeah. Yeah. And not to be, not to overshadow his wife, played by the amazing Emma Corrin.
Yeah.
And anytime I've just been watching the final season of The Crown, and she's not in it, but they played Diana in season 4, and they were absolutely stunning in that performance. And here they're playing more of a supporting role. They don't get as much showy stuff, but it's just always a pleasure to see them in anything. And I especially love them in even though not the same type of thing, but in Deadpool and Wolverine, it was a lot of fun to see them really sort of chewing up the scenery in that film. And and I think they did a great job here. Even though it's not like sort of one of the central performances of the movie, but I love their scenes with Ellen, because of their close friendship.
Yeah, and this is a role that Robert Eggers has also said in the behind the scenes stuff. He was actually surprised and very grateful that Emma Corrin agreed to take this role, because it is not the largest role. They were coming off, as you said, this massive blockbuster hit in Deadpool and Wolverine, and The Crown, and this is, Anna is a supporting character, as you said. But again, when you watch their performances, Anna, you see that this character of Anna, she is actually going through a lot herself, and she, she is the wife of the famous, of the rich, shipbuilder Harding. She's got her 2 beautiful girls who she loves very much. Her life seems very much, what you would conventionally consider to be perfect. Like in contrast to Ellen, who is obviously, stricken by grief and fear, and, has kind of a a lower social status. We're kind of meant to see Anna as like, Anna's the one who's got like what's considered the ideal for women at this time. She's a respectable marriage, respectable family, she's wealthy, but she also, that doesn't make her like haughty. It makes her, she's still very kind to Ellen. They have a very sincere bond, even though ultimately there is still some friction there. But like, yeah, this scene later in the movie where Ellen comes to her basically seeking comfort and Anna gives it to her without a second thought, it's it's incredibly heartwarming. And when Ellen kind of whispers and says, when Anna says their friendship's a precious balm to her heart, and Ellen just kind of whispers, "Thank you for loving me." And she means it, because really she has so few people in her life about who she can say that. It's really just her husband and pretty much Anna, because it seems like her relationship with her father is somewhat distant, and honestly her relationship with Orlok is something else entirely. But Anna is looking out for her, even though ultimately another tragic flaw of hers is that even though Anna loves Ellen and wants to support her, ultimately, until it's too late, she doesn't believe her either. There's that scene where even Anna is getting a little bit fed up with Ellen's constant protestations, and she's basically like, "Please, Christmastide is upon us. Why must you remain
the children
exasperatingly contrary?" And Ellen has the hammer line of, "Because I am in the right," and she is. Which, incidentally, I'll just note, the fact that this movie is set at Christmas means we can always consider it to be a Christmas movie, and I will do that going forward. Even if it is, but
didn't it come out on Christmas?
It did.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I didn't go see it on Christmas because and first of all, because I was in Maryland and my dad and I were visiting family, and that definitely wouldn't have gone over well. But even when it was just when it used to be just me, my dad, my mom, I would never dare to go to the movies on Christmas.
Yeah, neither would I.
Yeah.
Especially not this movie, great as it is.
So yeah, but I didn't wait too long because I was able to still, I'm trying to think of when it was, because I don't think they added the IMAX showings until a couple weeks in, because they did special late night, midnight showings. Not it wasn't quite midnight, but it was pretty late. So I was like, am I really gonna drive over to the movie theater late at night to go see this? I was like, yeah, I'm going to. That was when some other stuff was going on and I needed to pick me up. But yeah, it's anyway, I didn't. Oh yeah, we talked about the fact that it was Christmas. No, that is one of my favorite lines in the movie when she's like, "Please think of the children. It's Christmas time." Oh my god. Won't you think of the children? Do you know what's about to happen to them? But yeah. So let's go ahead and jump to Thomas making his way to Castle Orlok. He finds himself in a village beforehand with an inn, and there's all the gypsies have gathered, and of course to them he looks ridiculous in his attire, so they all start laughing at his expense when he shows up at the inn. And then he starts talking about the fact that he's making his way to Castle Orlok, and people at the inn are not happy to hear about that, and they're like, never speak that name. And we are certainly going to find out why. And yeah, that whole sequence has its own levels of creepiness, where Thomas wakes up in the middle of the night and follows the gypsies out to a grave where they've gotten have reason to believe that one of the corpses is going to awake as a vampire. And yeah, and and they're going about their ways of trying to prevent that from happening. Whether or not that would actually be effective is something that gets discussed later on in the movie. But
he needs to work on this particular vampire, perhaps because he is not the Nosferatu himself. But yeah, that incredible, that this entire sequence at the end is just incredibly chilling. All the more so because like the contrast of, we didn't touch on the scene where they say goodbye to where Thomas and Ellen say goodbye to one another, and she gives him her blessing to go, and she sends him with her utmost faith, and then he rides away, and there's the actual gorgeous piece of music called Goodbye, and we see him riding across green fields, and then it's a hard cut to the harsh winter of the Carpathian Mountains in the central Romania in the dead of winter, and he finally makes his way to the inn, and then everything is just off. The gypsies, they're just, having a good time dancing, but like everything here, because it's unsettling to Thomas, is meant to unsettle us, from the fact like that dude standing in the door who, just cackling at Thomas, whitest teeth I've ever seen on an errant wanderer, by the way.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that stuff does have a tendency to bother me occasionally, but like nothing's ever been as egregious as Khal Drogo in the first season of Game of Thrones. So like, so long as they're not that pearly white, it usually doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's basically but it's just, again, another convention of movies you kind of just got to roll with. But another element of that scene I want to touch on is there's actually a great little minor performance in that scene in the inn when the old woman, I think she's meant to be the innkeep's mother-in-law, approaches Thomas when everyone else is shunning him and just kind of takes his hand, and she says very earnestly, please don't go there. Beware of his shadow. His shadow covers you in the nightmare. Awake, but in a dream, there is no escape. Pray, pray, pray. And you're just like, oh shit. That's like that is like, because that really that is foreshadowing for what we're about to see, the idea of beware of his shadow. The shadow covers you in a nightmare. Awake, but in a dream. And that is what the next sequence feels like. So very effective. I do want to shout out apparently, I didn't know this, the actress who plays that character, her name's Georgina Bernahau. Apparently she's actually a Romanian TikTok star, where her grandmother, where her granddaughter basically films TikToks of her cooking traditional Romanian recipes and talking about them. And that's how Robert Eggers found her in Castro. It's hilarious because she actually does a really good performance in this scene.
Who knew something good could actually come from TikTok?
One of the very, 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 very few things. But yeah.
I do also want to mention throughout this sequence that I did crack up at numerous times listening to the commentary with, like, Robert Eggers is so freaking hard on himself. He complains at various points in the movie that there's a bit too much atmosphere with like the sort of the haze in some of the scenes, and I'm like, no, dude, that's like adding to the film. It really does something to the mood, but it's directors are going to be their harshest critics, and
and I get that. We touched on that, I think, in our discussion of The Lighthouse, where Robert Eggers was like, I think The Witch was an okay movie. And I'm like, okay, excuse you, sir, for making a modern horror classic.
Oh, that's not even this is not even the worst thing I've heard in the past couple days. I listened to an interview with the Hollywood Reporter with Guy Pearce, giving an interview about his work in The Brutalist, which, I'm getting to go see on Tuesday. And he said that he just recently went back and watched Memento, and he thinks he did an awful job in the movie.
Oh, God.
Like, no, dude. He says, but Christopher Nolan did such a great job. Everybody else on the movie did such a great job, and anybody could have walked through that movie and it would have worked. And I'm like, dude, no.
No. This is why artists sometimes shouldn't be their own critics, because again, that's respectfully disagree, sir. This is another reason why sometimes I wait on watching director commentaries. I'm like, I want to be immersed in the incredible world you created. I don't want to hear you say like, I don't really like the way this scene is shot. I'm like, I do. I like the way this scene is shot. And clearly you made it. So but in particular that you would mention that the gypsies, as Orlok later goes on to describe it, their filthy ritual is actually really one of the great atmospheric beats that kind of lulls us into that dreamlike sequence, because when Thomas wakes up, it seems pretty clear to us that this is actually happening, but I think we are meant to question some of it because he's starting to fall under this spell. And it's a nightmarish sequence, them going into the graveyard with, this young, beautiful woman naked on a horse, being their lure to the vampire's grave. And then they dig it up and then they slam the stake into him and it comes alive and vomits blood, and Thomas screams no, by the grace of God, and then the lead gypsy kind of looks back at him and darkly and ominous, and then all of a sudden Thomas wakes up in his bed and he's got dirty shoes, implying that this happened.
Well, yeah, at first was that a dream? But no, the dirty shoes say no, actually it wasn't. So yeah, but then everybody's gone. They've taken his horse.
Yeah.
And then thus begins the real nightmare, which is as he then walks on foot the rest of the way to Orlok's castle, first crossing a bridge with a shrine of crosses on it, which right there, it's like, dude, if you haven't been paying attention thus far, here is your last big clue. Turn back now. But he doesn't, because he wants that commission and he doesn't believe in all this stuff. So and then we and this is the part where Robert Eggers says that he thinks he was subconsciously sort of inspired on this movie by Batman Returns, and this is the sequence where you can really see it. As he's walking down the road, and and the snow is falling, and then you get the dark carriage approaching, the dark carriage with no driver.
This is the scene that if there were a just world, even even if there are some other great nominees in the category, this is the scene that should win Yaron Blaschke his Oscar, because he was one of the people who got nominated from this movie. And if you show anyone with eyes this scene, you're like, yeah, that tracks, because oh my God, this is some of the most stunning work I've seen in any movie in the past few years. This sequence,
especially as the carriage is approaching, I just and right here is where I can really see when he talks about Batman Returns being referenced as an inspiration, that might as well be Wayne Manor in the back of the shot. and honestly, this shot almost looks like it's inspired in some ways by that final shot of the movie with where Catwoman pops up into frame and staring off into the distance. So I can definitely see it. And honestly, if you want to court my favor, there's there's not many more successful ways to do it than to evoke Batman Returns.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a paying it forward too, because again, another connection that I'd kind of forgotten, but I'm like, oh yeah, remember Christopher Walken's character in Batman Returns is named Max Schreck, which is the name of the actor who played Nosferatu in the original 1922 film.
And in honesty, it may not even be strictly Batman Returns, but sort of a Tim Burton vibe in general, because my mind also went to Sleepy Hollow. Because I don't think you can avoid that, in any kind of, um, sort of a movie like this, especially something that takes place at Christmas time, it's going to sort of evoke that kind of imagery. And I love it.
Yeah, and I think that this is really the sequence where the movie, great as it's been to this point, really starts to level up, because this sequence is just hypnotic and entrancing and intoxicating in its dark beauty. From the way that the sound cuts out as Thomas is walking down the dark path in the woods alone, invoking those classic, folk tale, legends and spirits about wandering the woods of the paths of a dark wood at night. And then when the horses start to come, towards the distance, and we hear them before we see them. And then we see that again, in another inspired change from the original movie. In the original movie, there is a carriage driver who comes to pick him up. In this movie, there's no driver. And then the way that the door slowly drifts open on its own, and then as Thomas moves towards it almost not of his own will, and then the camera implies that he's almost floating into the carriage, and then you can see that he almost seems like he's struggling to stay awake. He's just like, so there's a thickness, a weight that is descending on him, even as the carriage races toward the castle, like in the distant mountains, and the wolves are chasing him, which, by the way, movie used real wolves. They did some CGI compositing to keep them out of the scene with the horses, because the horses would have been freaked out, but those are real wolves. And leading all the way up to the approach to the castle, and the way that the music is swelling as the doors swing open, and then Thomas almost seems like he's waking up out of a dream as he enters, and then he goes to knock on the door, and it opens of its own accord. And then there is the man himself, the demon, standing in the distance. And he says nothing, but he just walks away. And you're just like, and the scene continues from there, obviously. But I was just like, this is just drenched in atmosphere in the best possible way.
And what's great is, as the doors open, you don't actually hear the doors.
Yeah.
They open up. But then when they shut, you do hear them.
They're closing him in. Yeah.
Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And this is where we finally begin to get our first glimpse of Orlok, and as they're going up the stairs, and you just say, "You are late." It's like, oh God. And I will admit, like, I'm sure there's various different takes on the voice, and it's and maybe in part because most of the sort of Dracula and vampire stories that I actually have seen are sort of tongue-in-cheek, that there's a reading of this where it's almost like the voice sounds almost like parody at first. But the more that I sort of sat there and watched and listened, the more frightening he got. And then you're like, no, there's absolutely nothing to laugh out here and to laugh at here. It's like, he's terrifying. And I did see somebody reference that he sounded like Nandor from What We Do in the Shadows, which I did think was kind of funny. But that's because Nandor is, of course, the sort of parody of the classic Transylvanian vampire. So I see where that comes from. But yeah, no, it's like that scene is so drenched in like tension and terror, and actually it's one of the reasons why, like, we can actually start to talk about the extended cut now. I know you said that this was probably the bit that you liked the most. This is the one where actually I'm glad it was cut down to what it is, because I feel like the less Orlok talks in this scene, or the more controlled he is, the more terrifying it is. And I like the fact that he only answers like one or two of Thomas's questions before he gets enraged, and it's like, "You will be silent," and so I actually think it was a good cut to cut it down, and I guess I pretty much feel that way about about all the extended bits, even though they're nice to see. But
I do, and I agree with that in the sense that, again, I think the theatrical version of this movie is near perfect, so I don't necessarily miss it. The reason I like this scene in particular is just because, it really kind of plays into, the sense, the additional sense of dread that we get with Orlok, where he's talking about the fact it's like yesternight was but the eve of their spent Andres. Our common people say it is the darkest witching night, where devil's magic bids the wolf to speak with tongues of men, and every nightmare treads upon this earth, ascended from the torturous grave. And then he just starts laughing, that because he is that ascendant nightmare, treading up from, risen from the torturous grave. But then he goes on to kind of, which is in the theatrical cut, mock it, basically saying I fear we yet keep close, many superstitions here that might seem backward to a young man of your high learning. How I look forward to retiring to your city of a modern mind that neither knows nor believes any such morbid fairy tales. Again, this is Bill Skarsgård in his element, because he just one of the absolute genius things that this movie did with its marketing was they didn't show us what Orlok looked like. He has a very iconic look from the original 1922 adaptation. Mainly the fact that he's bald and he's got big eyebrows, and famously does not have a mustache, which this Orlok does. And I actually have come to really like that change, even though I was questioning it at first. But in this scene, we are constantly striving to make him out. He's cloaked in shadow, and he is held at a bit of a remove, and we can see more and more ominous details, we can see the shape of his face, we can see his long hands with the fingers with the long nails. He seems to be almost teleporting across the room, and we almost don't want to look at him, but we can't help it, and this is the way that Thomas feels in this scene. He's terrified in this scene.
Yeah, because he pretty quickly realizes in this scene, oh fuck, this guy's a walking corpse.
Yep.
And just the sheer terror of I should not be here.
He has, in the common parlance of Joe Bluth, made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
But he's trapped here now, and so the only way out is through. And he almost, because he's under Orlok's spell, and already he almost is struck by morbid fascination and curiosity, even though he is terrified. He doesn't need to be asking Orlok all these questions about the ritual, but yeah, he's trying to understand, what have I gotten myself into? And unfortunately, he only gets drawn deeper in the more he is, more he's, he tries this, because when Orlok, shouts at him, speak not of it, the ritual again, and he just kind of slams back into his chair. This is, I don't really think we've talked, we're going to praise Bill Skarsgård much more in the upcoming scenes, because I have a couple of other things about, but Nicholas Hoult's performance in this scene is so goddamn good, because one of the things I on a podcast that I listened to, or a review for this movie, is it's very rare that we get to see a male character perform this level of utter and abject terror, and Nicholas Hoult does it so well.
Well, and what I really love is that, like I said, the instant Thomas starts to get at least a semi-clear view of Orlok, he's instantly aware of, fuck, this guy is this guy's actually dead. I'm like, should not have come here. But all of his dialogue is him trying to like normalize the situation as best he can. He's just like asking questions, and like it's like dude, you are literally talking to a corpse.
Yeah, into his credit, or his twisted credit, it's what's one of the things that makes it funny is that darkly funny is that Orlok is also kind of trying to normalize their exchange when he's talking about the fact he's like, leave there your convenience, set out the deed and sit, and then he's pouring him wine, and then he's basically trying to talk about like say, I've been waiting for you to arrive with your covenant papers and my correspondence with your proprietor, Herr Knock. And it's like they're basically conducting a real estate deal here, and it's like, but there's a giant fucking elephant in the room, and the elephant in this case is the walking undead vampire corpse, and they're both talking around it.
Oh my god, it's and it's just the way that freaking Orlok just like appears and disappears, just like one minute he's moving around to the side of the camera, and then he appears right at Thomas's side with the wine, and it's just like, oh fuck. And oh dear god, then when Thomas cuts himself, it's like and immediately Thomas's his reaction can only be described as fuck.
And then the close-in shot of Orlok's eyes, not the rest of his face, just his eyes, the take heed what you do. and the fact that like Orlok has again also been trying to put up this facade. He was always going to try to feed on Thomas, but he was probably going to just wait until he was, asleep later. But then it's like, no, he's going to do it now. Right now. There's nothing Thomas can do about it. And that, again, the unreality of that shot, like the fact he's like, I might ease your wound, come here by the fire. And he doesn't move, but then it seems like he's being drawn closer to the fire. And it looks like the statue on this fireplace is turning its head toward him. And then Orlok's on the other side and coming towards him. And the look on Nicholas Hoult's face, like a silent, unending scream is just, wow. I think I was holding my breath in for that whole part, and it's, oh god. And then it cuts back to Vicksburg, and you've got Ellen and Anna walking on the beach with the sound of a seagull in the background, which is a little homage to another movie in the filmography. And which I was also gonna say, I think that what was that other? Oh yeah, I felt like the rutting goat part was maybe a little little allusion to the witch. You know what? I can believe that, I bet he's kind of averse to the concept, but I can believe that all of Robert Eggers' films take place in the same cinematic universe. There's nothing that suggests that they can't. They're like all separated by a couple hundred years in different continents. Maybe this is just the fucked up world in which his cinematic experience lives.
Oh god, yeah. Just like it wouldn't work out because she doesn't survive the end of the movie, but I'm just imagining a cinematic world in which Ellen to team up with what's her name, the character that Anya Taylor-Joy plays in The Witch.
Thomason, yeah. No, I almost could. There was a movie a few like 15, 20 years ago. Not a great movie by any means, but called The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, where it's basically all these fantastical characters from like horror, like team up under Sean Connery's leadership to basically go on a mini Avenger movie to save the world. And I'm like, I could see that for Robert Eggers' character. I doubt he would have any interest in making it, but it's like, by all means, let's get Thomasin and Ellen and Olga and the mermaid together for kind of a badass, trope of women kicking ass.
I can hear all the other Robert Eggers acolytes going, "No, don't even fucking whisper that."
Robert Eggers is never making a Marvel movie. He's never making a Star Wars movie. He's pretty much said he's never making a movie set in the modern day. He's just going to keep making his weird, fucked up period horror movies, plus the Labyrinth sequel. But he's great at it. Let him do what he wants.
Yeah, no. But one can fantasize. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. That's right. I mentioned the seagull. That's where we got off on that tangent. And this is one of the nice scenes between her and Anna, where Anna clearly loves her a lot, but she also just sort of indulges her, but doesn't really believe her. And it's sort of and then that's quite sad, but still, I think it shows her love for her, that even feeling that she's that a lot of these things are flights of fancy, she's still stands by her and loves her deeply.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the depth of her affection is clear. It's just that, she has a different frame of reference to the world and she doesn't understand, and it's to her credit, like, it's a hard thing to understand that Ellen has this psychic connection to this monstrous demon. But like, that's one of the reasons I love this scene is, like, what they're talking about is, Ellen has that speech where she's talking about, do you ever feel if you were not a person, as if someone or something had the power to control you or move you, and almost as if you were not a human but a doll. And Anna's response to that is, we all feel out of sorts at times, and Ellen just is almost caught by religious fervor here. She's like, look at the sky, look at the sea, it pretends something for us, destiny. And she's like almost like enraptured as she's looking up at the sky saying this, and then Anna just echoes, my sweet romantic. And that's when Ellen kind of comes back to earth a little bit, and she looks at her and she's like, I'm not mad, Anna. And Anna's basically like, I know you're not, but she thinks Ellen is sick. She thinks this is her melancholy, the ancient, or the old time term for depression, basically. And driven by, the fact that she's been separated now from her husband. And, like, that is the more logical explanation. But obviously, this being a supernatural horror movie, like, the fact that Anna can't grasp that is, one of the reasons why, there's kind of a fracture between them that unfortunately, leads to the tragedy later. When Anna tells, when Friedrich is basically going like, I tire of discussing her. Can we please talk about something else? And Anna's like, I love her. She is blameless for her malady. But then she kind of, accepts the fact that, like, no, Ellen's just sick. She's a little bit off, and Anna, it also should be noted, is a very religious woman. She trusts in God. She trusts that things will work out. But in this case, she has no idea that they are actually up against a literal demon right until she meets him face to face herself. But I think that this scene, even though it's kind of it seems like it's a little bit of a slower scene to kind of, give us a come down from the incredible intensity and horror of the prior scene with Thomas and Orlok, I think it's a necessary one, because it really helps forge the connection between Ellen and Anna and her tension with Friedrich and everything that will be set up for more explosive scenes later in the movie.
Okay, so I do want to try and step it up a little bit because we haven't even done the mid roll yet, but I feel like we still I still want to get a little further into the movie before we do that. But there's just so much great stuff to talk about. But let's uh, talk about the rest of Thomas's time with Orlok. We get a lot of foreboding moments of Thomas wandering the castle, and the fact that and it's really freaky that in the light of day you realize just how decrepit the castle is. And
I think Orlok may have been lying about having servants. I don't think that this place has been clean for
and then we get the scene where they actually go through and sign the contract, which, and of course this is all a feint by Orlok. He's made it that he's buying a property, but it's really a marriage annulment contract, and then he's tricking Thomas into signing it. And and it's just like that whole scene is very foreboding, where you get the sense that Thomas knows that something's not quite right, but but he's also, in addition to just being scared out of his wits, he's also, as established already, a bit in thrall to Orlok. And so, he's not even necessarily in full control. And and then there's but that Orlok asked to see the locket that Ellen gave him, and it's like he's like, can I say no? I don't feel like I can. And oh God, yeah, it's just like the whole sequence is so creepy. And then when he actually signs the document, it's just like, it's so chilling. And again, like, the atmosphere of this movie is just out of this world, insane, because you're just like terrified with every moment. It's downright chilling.
Yeah, and it plays into it because, like, even though he is now, like, obviously already fed on Thomas and has him in his thrall, Orlok is still kind of, as you said, playing along with the ruse of this being like just a mere like real estate deal. And it's telling that, for instance, like when this contract is written in a language that Thomas doesn't understand, and Orlok is passing it off as the language of his forefathers. And then when it seems like Thomas might not go through with this, Orlok is like, I fear. Oh, bye, Stephanie. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. He's like, I pray you will indulge my pardon. I durst not neglect your commission, Herr Hutter, and then pulls out this big sack of gold to give to him. And it's like, he's kind of like, yeah, why you're like, this is why you're doing this, right? This is why you came all this way, why you're putting up with this other nightmare that I'm putting you through. It's for this, right? Well, here it is. You can have it. And all you have to do in exchange for the treasure is to surrender the one thing that might mean more to you, which is your wife. And it's also so that he can use this later with Ellen and basically say, your husband absolved his nuptial bond for but a sack of gold. And not the fact that, like, Thomas has no idea that's what's happening here, but this is kind of the
but he knows that something's like, because this whole situation is fucked up. Nothing is right about it. So, so he senses that there's something more at play with the contract. He just can't figure out what it is. Yeah. And it's, and then the way he just immediately wants, because we didn't mention that earlier in the day, after he wakes up, he sees that he's got those 2 puncture wounds on his heart, which, by the way, is something so freaky that this movie does, which is sort of true to history in terms of what people thought were vampire bites. It's because they were by the heart, which it makes more sort of scientific sense that it would be the neck, which is why that's what vampires traditionally do in stories. But historically speaking, from the time period, what it was believed that they drank from the heart, and so that's what's depicted in this movie, and it just adds a whole nother level of freakiness, especially in one moment, which we'll get to in a little but yeah, so Thomas, like he knows what's happening, where he strongly suspects, and he's like, I'd like to depart as soon as possible. I've been suffering from the most terrible dreams. I fear I'm not well. And Orlok says something like, it is
a black omen to journey in for health.
In for health. You will stay here and recover. And it's like, but please, Count, I must insist, you will obey me.
You will obey this my counsel, yeah. And while we're quoting all of Orlok's great lines, let us not overlook the great line from after he signs the contract. Now are we neighbors. I was like, it is my good fortune, my lord. And
then Thomas's last call out to him is, Count, you have my locket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't think Orlok's given that back, guy. Probably best to let it go.
And so then the next day when he wakes up, having been drunk from again, because there's more puncture wounds, he actually, and this is bad luck for him, he ends up sleeping actually quite late into the day, so that when he discovers the revelation that, yep, Orlok, whatever doubts you might have had before, it's irrefutable now that you see the dead corpse laying before you. It's and he makes the move to try and to kill Orlok, but as you can see in the background of this picture, the sun is starting to fade, and he is just too late, and Orlok awakens before he can do the deed, and this is when Thomas is really in dire straits, and this is when Orlok first reaches out to Ellen again and says, your husband is lost to you. And there's just this great sort of mind fuckery of a sequence where, it's like Orlok then, comes into, Thomas's room and starts drinking for him, sort of flashing between himself and Thomas's mind, and naked Ellen with blood pouring down, and and it's a whole freaky thing. And then they actually show Orlok drinking from Thomas, which is just like it's like, God damn, Robert Eggers, you gloriously sick fuck.
Yeah, this sequence is just immaculately crafted, because two elements that this movie did not get Oscar recognition for, but absolutely should have, are its editing and its sound. The match cuts in this sequence are awesome, because after the moment when Thomas fails to kill Orlok, and yes, we will just acknowledge it. Yes, we see that Orlok is well endowed. But Thomas obviously is, he runs away, and he manages to get the door shut behind him, and we're like, okay, he has a respite. But then Orlok starts to work his devilish magic, and we are cutting to Ellen, and then they actually directly pair every shot of Ellen walking, doing the corpse like sleepwalk, with shots of Thomas and Orlok. And the shot in particular where Thomas is on the other side of the door, but we see Orlok's shadow looming over him. And we were like, oh, did Orlok get inside the room somehow? No, it's worse than that. He is basically using his mind control thrall, and he gets Thomas to stand up, and you see him, he's basically like, open the door. And you're like, don't open the door. But sort of, this is the classic don't go in there, horror trope, except it's don't open the door, and he opens it, and there's Orlok in the shadows with the wolves beside him, and you're like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. But there are like other great match cuts, like the fact that when Thomas is on the bed and Orlok has him cornered, and we get that brief match cut shot of Ellen standing over him, like naked with blood draining down from her eyes and her mouth, and like looking like she might, if she were to become a vampire, if she were to become Orlok's, wife. And then when he bites him in the heart, and it's almost that levitating, fantastical moment, and it's paired with Ellen, falling back as Thomas is rising. Ellen is falling to the pavement, and then we get the incredibly effective jump scare of Ellen, in full like blood streaming down her eyes and out of her mouth, and then silence, because the music has been roaring through this entire sequence, and then silence. But not just silence to, unsettle us, silence so that we can hear the slurping. This Orlok beats. Yes, this is pitch black comedy. Because you're like, that, like, this has been all of a very elevated movie, and dreamlike and fantastical, but this is exactly what happened. We have an undead vampire, drinking the blood from the heart of this guy, and he's just slurping it up, and we get to hear and see all of it.
And the movement is very
movement is sexual. This is a case of like there's subtext, and this is like subtext that's not really subtext. It's basically just text.
Just yeah. Oh god. I was like, fuck. Yeah. This is like definitely one of those scenes where I was like, please don't have Dad walk in the room while I'm watching this. I don't know how to explain this at all.
Nope.
Yeah. Oh god. And I mean, anything else you wanted to say about that? Because I do feel like we're going to do the mid-roll right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is a good place to do it, because we're about to introduce a couple more characters. But all I'll just say is that, like, basically this entire sequence that we've gotten up to this point, where from the moment Thomas passes the shrine and enters the dark forest to Orlok's castle, and then all the way up to this moment where he sees Orlok for as he really is, and Orlok seizes him in his thrall. Like, this entire sequence has truly been like the waking nightmare that we have discussed, like the movie at its most dreamlike, at its most entrancing and intoxicating. And it's very telling that the movie was able to hold our attention with this sequence for this long, with only a few interruptions, like the scene with Ellen at the, on the beach. But this, like, it's really like one of the sequences that makes the movie special, because it feels otherworldly and heightened and terrifying, but also just beautiful and entrancing. And if I wasn't in love with the movie before then, I was by this point, and it's only going to get deeper by now. Yes.
Yeah, awesome, sickening, twisted. Any number of words for it. Okay, let's go ahead and do the mid-roll. Obviously we've been looking forward to this week's stream for quite some time, and as evidenced by the fact that we're 2 hours in and we're only at the mid-roll. But next week we're going to be doing something really, really special, which is we're going to be celebrating the 40th anniversary of one of my absolute favorite films of all time. It's honestly like a it's always been like a top 3 contender for me, and that is Milos Forman's Amadeus. 40 years, and what's really special about it, and I have it here to show off. I just got this in the mail yesterday, a little earlier than I thought I was going to, which is finally the theatrical cut released finally on 4K Ultra HD. The very first time this has been available on home video since the 1997 Flipper DVD. It's they had to undergo quite the restoration effort to even make this possible. And we'll dive more into that next week when we talk about the movie. I also thought, and I wanted to talk to you about this. Maybe we won't have time, as evidenced by what this week is like. But I thought what we could also do, which might be fun next week, since it will be on Oscar Sunday, is maybe during the mid-roll or something, we can just make it sort of an Oscar special, and also talk about some of our personal highlights from 2024.
To do that.
Yeah. So we'll just make the whole thing an Oscar special. Especially since Amadeus was the winner of 8 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. So so it'll be a good celebration in general.
Yeah, no, I think it's very fitting that on the Oscar, last year we took Oscars Sunday off, or rather we did the stream a day early because we wanted to be able to watch it. This year we're just going to go kind of press forward because we're not as invested, but it is, I do think we still love the spirit of the Oscars, even if we sometimes have problems with, some of the movies they gravitate toward. But a movie like Amadeus that I think is widely regarded, not just only as a rightful Best Picture winner, but as one of the greatest Best Picture winners. It's a very appropriate for us to be talking about it on Oscar Sunday, especially it's the 40th anniversary of its Oscar triumph later that month. And I think we will have a great time talking about that. I'm very much looking forward to watching the movie again. I still need to pick up my copy of the new theatrical release. Although I do have to ask, Gwen, how many times have you watched it already since you got it?
I've only watched it once.
Okay,
but that's mostly a matter of not having any more time. I got it yesterday and I watched it last night, and today was completely concerned with Nosferatu. But I will say, like, as a preview for next week, it was so incredibly rewarding to get to watch that version of the film after so many years of only having the director's cut, the so-called director's cut, which is of course 20 minutes longer. But as a character in the movie might say, it has too many notes. It's so just watching that original version, the version that I fell in love with, it felt like the purest experience that I've had with the movie in many years. And so I can't wait to talk about it. And just so everybody knows, this version of the movie will actually be released on digital this Tuesday. So, because the one thing about the new physical media release is that it's a 4K release that does not include a Blu-ray. So if you don't have the ability to watch 4K media, it'll have to be the digital version, sadly. But it's still it's great to have the original movie in circulation regardless. So.
Much as it is, I do have the ability to play Blu-ray disc because I have a PS5, but my TV is not 4K compatible. But the main reason I'll probably be picking up the digital version is just I want to make sure I have it so we can talk about it on the stream. And I can't guarantee that if I order the on Blu-ray or 4K that it will get here in time. But I anticipate if I enjoy it as much as I suspect I will, that I will be making that purchase sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's weird because right now they still just have the director's cut up, so I guess it's not getting released on on digital until Tuesday. I will say, just regardless of what your purchase says, when you press play, make sure it's 2 hours and 40 minutes and not 3 hours, because otherwise you'll have the wrong one playing. So hopefully there won't be any issues with that. But yeah, it's going to be loads of fun. Really looking forward to it. And then the week after that, we'll be talking about the 2015 Disney live action version of Cinderella, which will be a lot of fun, because that'll be like, as much as there's lots of fun to be had with Amadeus, it is a movie that also ends on a dark note. But Cinderella will just be like pure joy. So
yes, it will. I'm so looking forward to that as like just as a celebration of a great movie, but also as a little bit of a palate cleanser for some of the
because we've been talking about a lot of dark stuff.
which is fine. This channel can do both. But yeah, Cinderella is just a movie that, as I think I mentioned last week, is really a movie that celebrates like life and goodness and kindness and the power of those things and the power of love, and in these times, that's something, a feeling I feel like a lot of us need, and that's why that version of the movie has always been one of my like comfort movies ever since I saw it, and I'm very much looking forward to revisiting it again and celebrating it here.
Yeah, I will say that was one of the great things about getting Amadeus in the mail yesterday, was that all of my thoughts were consumed with that, and I wasn't thinking about anything else in the world, and that made me really happy. I will say, even though I just said like Amadeus, kind of ends in a dark place, but it's one of the things that we'll talk about, is the fact that I feel like the theatrical version has a better balance, in that I think the director's cut goes darker earlier in the film, and part of the joy of the original version is that it's actually quite light and fun for a while before it takes a darker turn towards the end of the movie. So I feel like, even though it goes to those places, I feel like it's that original version, especially the original version of the movie, it, has this feeling of being a light, fun film. And so I actually think it would be a really nice transition movie, because no way is it as dark as Nosferatu.
No, but I mean, few movies,
Yeah.
even though there's beauty in the darkness, as we have been exploring. And then so great stuff. And then, while we have not definitively nailed down a date for it yet, I do think the next thing that we can announce that we will certainly be doing is at some point in March, we will be making a timely revisiting of the first season of Star Wars Andor before the new season arrives in April, April 22nd. And my hope is that by the time that we have that discussion, we'll have gotten the trailer for Andor season 2 as well.
Fingers crossed. I've been waiting not so patiently for it. I cannot wait till we get our first glimpse of that.
Yeah, we're within range. It's usually the trailers for Disney Plus shows come out like a month or two before the premiere. So I think we will probably wake up one random Tuesday and it will be there.
Yeah. I do want to just really quick, before we go back into the Nosferatu discussion, I do want to celebrate a couple other things that I got this week. In addition to that Amadeus 4K, I got some really fun Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim merchandise. I got this absolutely beautiful steelbook 4K Ultra HD of the movie, which, you mentioned the artwork, Jared. I'm just absolutely in love with this thing. It's just like so beautiful, and like so much more than I ever would have expected for this movie, given how Warner Brothers treated it in theaters. But yeah, I think it's great. And then I also got the art book for it, which came out on the same day. and like this honestly makes up for the lack of really good bonus features on the disc, because there's so much wonderful behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, so
that's awesome. I'm so glad that the movie has something like that. That steel book art is gorgeous, and that's, as you said, for a movie that perhaps did not get its due from either Warner Brothers or critics or even hardcore Lord of the Rings fans. I'm glad that it will still be available to be celebrated. I did not get the steel book, but my copy did arrive, and so it's like, as we've said, now that it's here, can't take it away from us. We still love this.
Yeah, no, and this is, I mentioned this in the Slack group on a bit of a nerdier note. Warner Brothers has a tendency to really cheap out when it comes to their physical media releases. But what's nice about this is that the actual discs actually have some beautiful disc art, but also when you actually pop it in the player, it doesn't have anything fancy. It's just like a still image for the menu. But for the past number of years, they've really been cheaping out on the sort of the play movies, scene selection, all that. Most of their stuff tends to look like a customized DVD maker did it. But with this one, they have the same style that the Hobbit Blu-rays had and the Lord of the Rings 4K and stuff like that. So I think that they I have no doubt that it probably has something to do with the the people who are involved with the actual disc transfers from over at whether it's I don't know if it's Weta or 3-Foot-6 Limited. I do think it's something concerning the people who actually work with Peter Jackson and that whole team. I think that they've somehow been able to mandate what these releases actually look like on disc, because they always seem to put a little more effort into those than with other Warner Brothers movies. So I'm grateful for that, whoever's responsible for that, because like I said, we really had no reason to expect anything other than the bare minimum. and so yes, it only has a couple featurettes. It's nothing nearly to the scale of the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit documentaries and stuff like that. But as far as the actual disc presentation, it could have been a lot worse. It's quite respectable, and I like that, because it feels like it belongs in the collection alongside the other movies from the series. So whoever's responsible for that, I do appreciate that. And yeah, so yeah, happy to have those, and it was quite the fun week between getting Nosferatu and Amadeus. So yeah. All right, let's dive back into the movie, because we still have a lot to discuss. Let's just, I do want to we'll just start off by celebrating two actors who enter the picture at this point. Both the great Ralph Ineson as Dr. Sievers and Willem Dafoe as Professor Alban Eberhard von Franz. And
what a name.
Yeah. And I feel so dumb that because like I said, I didn't necessarily quite draw the connection that this was a unauthorized version of Dracula originally. So I didn't draw the connection that von Franz was Van Helsing, basically. And I absolutely should have.
No, I mean, if you know, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is playing a little bit of a different version of the character. And his first name, incidentally, Albin, is another direct reference, I believe, to the original 1922 version, because one of the major producers and actually production designers on the movie who was responsible for the look of the film was Albin Grau. So I tend to think Willem Dafoe's character is a reference to that, because the character's name in the original 1922 version is Professor Bulwer, and he has a much smaller role. This is not a small role. This is Willem Dafoe, getting to let his twisted dark flag fly. And
but I don't like. We're gonna spend time waxing poetic about how great Willem Dafoe is, but I don't want to
talk about Ralph Ineson first. Yeah.
Ralph Ineson is just like so great, and of course, he's worked with Robert Eggers before, notably on The Witch, and like it's so funny because the first thing that I saw him in was season 2 of Game of Thrones.
Me too.
And like he's risen so much, in sort of my understanding of him as an actor, and how great he is, because obviously, he was in The Witch, and then but notably for me, he was in The Green Knight, a film by David Lowery, playing the title character of the Green Knight, and just like, you wouldn't recognize him from his outward appearance, but there's no mistaking that voice. And so, yeah, I absolutely adore him. And when I heard his voice in the trailer for this, I was like, oh, yay. And it's just, I love him so much. And also I do want to, this is like a side note, but what's really interesting is that in the Lord of the Rings audiobook read by Andy Serkis, his version of Aragorn actually sounds a lot like Ralph Ineson. I'm like, actually, that works for me. That's an interesting interpretation.
He's got a great voice, and he's a great actor. And as you mentioned, the first thing I'd ever seen Ralph Ineson in was season 2 of Game of Thrones as Dagmar Cleftjaw, and that was a strong performance for a supporting character. But I will always credit Ralph Ineson and Kate Dickie for being one of the instigating factors that got me to introduce me to Robert Eggers and his filmography, because one of the things that enticed me to see The Witch back in 2016 was the fact that it had 2 Game of Thrones actors in it, and the wonderful cinematic journey that has unfolded since. I think I thank him for that, and also for his continuing collaborations with Robert Eggers, because, as you mentioned, he was in The Witch. He also has a small role in The Northman, and he's really good in this movie. It is in a movie where there are a ton of great performances. Basically, all 8 of our central cast are like outstanding. It can be a little bit easy to overlook Dr. Severs, Ralph Ineson's character, because he is probably playing the most grounded and least, fantastical character in the movie. But it's a great performance.
And it's a great character, honestly, and the way that he plays the character, because it would be very easy, I think, to not like Dr. Severs in a slightly different movie, because he is not treating Ellen for what she's actually going through. He's treating her for what he thinks she is, and what sort of modern science would lead him to believe she's suffering, and in keeping with the times. He thinks like she's suffering from sleepwalking, suffering from hysteria, and there's definitely a version of this character where you don't like him because he's sedating her, and he's keeping her strapped to the bed, but it's the fact that he does seem to genuinely care about making her better, and it is also he also admits what he doesn't know. And he goes to, and he suggests bringing in von Franz, and he is like, because he was taught by him, he's like, he's open to listening to what he says, and he takes direction from his mentor, and is very actually, despite initially saying, well, he believes in all this stuff, but actually he's revealed as quite open-minded when push comes to shove, and sort of is willing to believe what von Franz suggests, and so I think it's a very well written character, and someone that actually we quite like, because also he's, despite the fact that he's still a doctor of his times, and some things that he believes sort of medically we look at now and we're like, nah. but also for the time he's also trying to be very progressive as well, because like with the way he runs the hospital, and he's like, how many times have I told you, then this is a hospital, not a prison, and so so he's still restrained by the time in which he exists, but I think he's a lot more likable than he might have been in a different movie.
You would agree, and as given the fact that I work as a doctor in my day-to-day life, I have a lot of empathy and respect for the character of Dr. Sievers, even if he does frustrate me at times at the start, because ultimately where I think the heart of the character lies, I think he is a good person. I think he truly means well. I think he wants to help Ellen. I think he wants to help his city. And I think he, and it's telling that like when the entire scientific community has cast out his former mentor, von Franz, he has not. He still respects him and still listens to him. He is ultimately, above all else, he is a man of science. He is a man of reason. And he is, that means that he like is ultimately not inclined to believe that something fantastical could be happening at first. It also means that as new evidence presents itself, he stays open to it and he adjusts his perspective. And by the end, he's fully understanding that no, the actual cause of Ellen's malady is this undead, walking revenant, Nosferatu. And I think it's telling that, for instance, like to the extent that we might be frustrated with the character, and I am, it is the fact that he is a doctor in the 1830s and his understanding of medicine has not evolved to the point that we here in 2024 in our conception of modern medicine would understand. When he introduces the scene talking about the fact that Ellen is experiencing somnambulism, sleepwalking, it is brought on by a congestion of the blood. Too much blood, and you're like, okay, here we go again. The medieval doctors thought that the way to cure anything was to cut open somebody's wrist and drain the blood. Like we're past this, but we actually see that
which I will say, and also one of I think sort of, it may be unintentionally funny because Robert Eggers does mention he didn't necessarily script this for a laugh, but it is the part where Sievers is talking to Friedrich, while Ellen's in the bed, and she starts moving and moaning.
Yeah,
and he's like, "I'll, increase the sedative or."
The ether,
which is the ether, which it's funny because, like, of course, that's like the way of dealing with women's repressed sexuality is to just they need to be put to sleep. It's it is it's funny because of how wrong it is.
Yeah, it's darkly humorous. And Ralph Ineson gives it a great deadpan delivery. But like this is an instance where like we're clearly meant to see this as wrong because of our perspective. We know that Ellen is actually suffering from this demonic possession. So it's like, no, don't tie her to the bed, don't sedate her. But I will note, again, as somebody who works as a doctor, when I worked in the hospital, sometimes there are patients who are dangerous to themselves, can be violent, can be like thrashing around. And sometimes, unfortunately, you do need to sedate them and you do need to restrain them. So like this is kind of a modern, more modern idea of medicine that he's kind of bringing forward, because he keeps talking about the fact that this is a modern hospital. This is modern medicine. And like, again, for us, it's kind of there's a cognitive dissonance because we don't see this as modern. We're living in 2025 and he's in 1838. So we're like, this is all backward stuff. But it's like for his time, he's actually being quite progressive. But there's still a tension there. And ultimately that, there is ultimately their great line that von Franz has later where he says, have not become so much enlightened as we have been blinded by the gaseous light of science. And in many respects, I kind of feel like that's where Dr. Seaver's arc comes in, because he starts off as this character who is very driven by reason and, the conceptions of what it means to be a modern physician in his time. But as it becomes clear to him that actually there is something else that is going on, as you said, where our sympathies can kind of return to him, is like he actually recognizes, I don't know everything. I need to go get help from my former mentor, von Franz. And when he provides counsel, I will listen to it and I will go along with it. And ultimately, I think that's why I say his heart is in the right place. He wants to help his city and as well. And he even wants to help Aronach, in which, he tries to treat him with compassion, even though Aronach is clearly perhaps a bit beyond help. And I will just say, perhaps my single favorite moment of comedy in the entire movie belongs to Ralph Ineson, when after Aronach is in the cell and he does the horrific act of biting the head off a living pigeon and tearing it off and chewing it. And then we just cut back to Ralph Ineson's Dr. Seaver's just purely deadpan saying, now, my good fellow, why ever would you do this? Because it's like maybe this is a guy who's seen some shit, and this doesn't faze him.
And that is like I do also want to mention, like, this is a great that moment of when Herkenhock actually bites the head off the pigeon is a great example of wonderful interaction and storytelling between the film's trailer and the actual film, because the trailer shows a shot of him getting ready to bite into it, and then it like cuts away from it with like a loud noise. And so when you see the actual movie, you're prepared to be for that to be the moment when he bites the head off the pigeon, but actually he's about to. And then Steven says something to him, and he holds off for a second. So then when he goes back and he actually bites it off, you're caught off guard. That's my favorite kind of promotion for a movie, where it's having an active dialogue with the actual film, so that you can still be caught off guard by something when you see the actual movie. And and because so often in advertising they actually give away moments, and this is an example of them pretending to give something, a frightening moment away, but actually they're setting the audience up, and it's great. That's my favorite kind of like advertising for a movie. I always say that one of the best examples of like actually advertising having a dialogue with the film itself is, and we talked about this before, but it's the trailer for The Prestige.
Yeah.
Which I think that the trailer actually sets you up to believe something about the movie that ends up not being the case. And and so I love it when that's done. But yeah, that whole scene is great. Just again, I just go back to the brilliance of Simon McBurney, like when he was like, it was he that invoked me.
Yeah.
It's just so brilliant.
Yeah. And he gets like all these great moments where he's talking about like, and he will reign over all, for you have forsaken me, and he shall reign over all your empty corpses. And he's talking about asphyxiance, putrescence, devourance. And then he launches himself at Severs and tries to bite his neck, which again, Severs, to his credit, seems to take it in stride. But I do love, just to tie off your point about the trailer, this movie has two great trailers, a teaser trailer and an official trailer. And it really is the best kind of trailer, as you said, because it shows you exactly what the movie is. It does not misrepresent it in any way, but it doesn't reveal all that the movie is, namely in the fact that, as you said, this kind of the misleading editing about something like Aronach with the pigeon, and also, as I've mentioned, the fact that like they don't actually show Warlock in the trailer, just his shadow. Beware of his shadow.
So great. Also, I wanted to give another shout. I don't know the actor's name, but like he plays he plays Severs like assistant at the hospital.
Oh yeah.
And just like the first scene we get with him where he's like, I forget what the whole speech is, but he's like, he was eating them raw.
Great line reading. I looked it up. His name is Christian Dunkley Kirk, is the actor's name. But yeah, it's like just a very minor background character, but he gets his moment and he gives it all.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. So, which, by the way, and this seems like the best time to mention this, the hospital, as coincidence would have it, is the same place that they shot the hospital in Amadeus, which I just find wild, because we're talking about that next week. Back then it was in Czechoslovakia. Now it's the Czech Republic. Time change. If you watch the documentary of Amadeus, they talk about going over to film in a communist country, and they had like half the crew was secret police. And it's really freaky to hear their stories about that. And thankfully, I think they probably had a very different experience shooting this movie. So that's what we call progress, hopefully. Yeah. And and so I just wanted to mention that. But now let's go into talking about the great von Franz, played by the astounding Willem Dafoe, who, of course, worked with Robert Eggers in both The Lighthouse and in The Northman, and will probably be in every one of Robert Eggers' movies moving forward. Just so great. Like, this is just another in a long line of great Willem Dafoe performances. Just a little touch that I do want to say. I love when von Franz finally recognizes Severs, and he stands up to hug him, and Severs hugs him. all the dust that comes off of von Franz's coat. It's like, how long you been sitting there, dude?
A while. Who knows how long it takes to render black sulfur gold? But alas, he miscalculated the stars, so it was all for naught. This is a great introductory sequence, and as Robert Eggers mentioned in the behind-the-scenes documentaries, he has the good fortune that one of our greatest living actors enjoys working with him in Willem Dafoe, and Willem Dafoe returns the affection because he's basically like, yeah, anything Robert wants to do, I'm here for it. And this is a great character. This is, as you mentioned earlier, like, this character is basically our analog and stand-in for the character of Abraham Van Helsing, the iconic, vampire hunter, and from the original Dracula novel. And this is a slightly different, spin on it. He is more of a professor who is what seems to be more of an academic and is like mystical, has a great understanding of these mystical things. But as he mentioned, he has never actually encountered Nosferatu firsthand.
He's more of a tourist in his affairs.
Yes. But what really kind of sets him apart from his eccentricity, because he does get some great comedic moments, like when he interacts with Harding, and he's basically like, "Ah, yes, a friend of yours has some rare element, perhaps a young woman afflicted with somnambulism."
Schnaps. Which is like has to be a nod to Shadow of the Vampire, where he played that Shrek.
Of course. That you can't pass up that opportunity. But
which
really,
I have not actually ever seen the full movie, but I have seen that particular scene, and you're like, yeah, there's no way that's an accident.
Yeah. Connections all over. But ultimately, what really defines the character, and what makes him such a great and iconic part of this world is his compassion. He is the one character in this movie, for all, like, even though Thomas loves Ellen and Anna loves Ellen, and Friedrich, even though he's frustrated by her, is like sheltering her and, offering her resources. Von Franz is the one character who believes Ellen from the jump, and that is what she needed more than anything at this time. That initial scene in his initial consultation with her,
it's so good.
It's so good.
I love his performance because it's so beautifully understated. And in a performance where a lot of what he gets to do is over the top, but that scene, he's so delicate with her, and so tender, and I love it. It's like he doesn't even, like, there's not a bit of questioning. He believes her fully, and that's what she needs, and so there's this immediate rapport between them that's so absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and just like, and from the jump, one, he gets them to untie her. Two, he starts, he talks to her about her cat, Greta, and it's like, "Is she yours?" Which is, given how the movie ends, is kind of a nice, touch. And then he has this great eccentric line of, "I entreat you to excuse me, but I should like to begin my consultation presently," which is just great, dialogue. But then he really gets into the heart of the matter. And he talks to her. He's like, "I've heard Dr. Sievers tells me you have had these spells since childhood. Tell me what you can from the beginning." And this is where we get the sense of Ellen's, backstory, and just how difficult and frightening her life must have been, because even before she had the connection with Orlok, there was something different about her. She had this kind of psychic connection and predisposition. As she says, she always knew the content of her Christmas gifts. She knew when her mother would die. And it frightened her father that she would like this. And that is one of the reasons it seems like her father kind of isolated himself from her, and why she was so terribly alone and vulnerable to reaching out to a spirit who ultimately would become Orlok. But Willem Dafoe's Von Franz just sits here and listens to her, and he's like, "Pray, continue." He doesn't question her. He doesn't try to, rush her. And then she starts to reveal things to him that she's never told anybody else so far, because, as she says later, she's never revealed the secret to any living soul. But she starts to open up, like, about the incident where probably after the Orlok incident, where she was unclothed in the garden and her father was enraged at her and was about to send her off to that place. "I shan't go, I shan't go." We don't know what that place is, but maybe it was a convent, maybe it was a mental hospital, something worse. And she starts to panic, and Von Hern is just like, "No, no." He's calming her down. He's empathizing with her. He's listening to her. And then she gets the kind of the hammer line, the one that I cited for the stream, is like, "Professor, my dreams grow darker. Does evil come from within us or from beyond?" And that is the question, because ultimately the real question that Ellen is wrestling with herself is, she has formed this dark connection to this demonic creature, and is it just because it happened to her, like from the force from beyond, or is it because she herself is some way corrupt and evil? And ultimately, it is her connection with Von Franz that allows her to realize, no, there is nothing wrong with you. You were not evil, Ellen. You are a victim. You are, a good person who like may have, had these natural urges. But as Ellen goes on to say later in another great scene that we'll get to, all my life I've done nothing but heed my nature. And von Franz basically goes on to say, then hearken to it.
Love to see you, Cassie. Thank you. And don't worry, we appreciate you showing up when you can.
No worries. You're probably our most loyal viewer. We always appreciate that you stop by, even if it's only for a short time.
Yep. Yeah. And as like delicate as calming as this scene is, the next scene is, oh my God. This is when we get into talking about Lily-Rose Depp's physical performance in this movie. Just shit. Yeah. And it's something straight out of like, I haven't ever actually seen the movie, shocker, but like it's something that I imagine out of like The Exorcist or something, with.
Yeah, no, as someone who has seen The Exorcist, it is very evocative of Linda Blair's performance in this. Okay.
Yeah, just the way she arches her back up, during the possession, and it's just like so freaking the way von Franz is, moving around. It's a very the power of Christ compels you type of thing. And yeah, just and again, like it has to be said again, the yeah. And and there's a very like obviously, as there has been throughout the film, there's a lot of the imagery there is very sexual, intentionally, and then when we hear Orlok speaking to her through her, and it's just so like so disturbing and creepy and yeah, but like again, like how do you not give Lily-Rose Depp all the awards?
I don't know, man. Again, and we will reiterate what we said at the beginning of the scene. Everything that you see her doing on screen, she did herself. There is no stunt double. It is all the physicality. It is all the drooling. It is all the vocalizations. It is all the facial contortions. And it's the facial contortions in particular are what I really want to highlight because for the most of the movie, Lily-Rose Depp's an incredibly beautiful woman. She's been presented as a very sweet and angelic, but in this scene, as she starts to become possessed, and when she finally snaps into it and looks at the camera, and her eyes are like elongated, and she has a demonic smile, and then she has this raspy voice where she's like, "I shall persist to join you every night, first in sleep, and then in your arms. Everything will be mixed with abomination, and you'll be knee deep in blood. Everyone will cry. There will be none to bury the dead." And you're then she throws herself back on the bed and is convulsing as shouting like, "You are promised to me." Obviously very sexual imagery there, but then if you listen to it, you also hear her crying, help me," and you're just like you realize that she is still the same woman, that she has not suddenly become possessed by evil. She is fighting it.
Yeah, just even thinking about and listening to you, recite the lines there, it's even like as obviously the big stuff is when she's like convulsing and arching her back, but even then when she's just like sitting on the bed as she kind of twists herself around, it's just the whole way she carries her body. It like again, maybe I'm not as well versed in possession scenes as most people, given my limited, exposure to horror films. But like, it was just like I had my mouth dropped open the whole time in astonishment. It's just, her entire performance is incredible, but there are just those key scenes where you're like, holy fucking shit. And like just incredible, and this is definitely one of those scenes. I just was in complete awe. And yeah, it's, and the back and forth also between what's going on in the background with Friedrich and Anna, where Anna's like, Professor is like, I will not harm her, and it's just like, it's so everything's so heightened in the scene. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and we didn't even mention the fact that, to prove the fact that she's in a trance state, he takes a long needle and sticks it through her arm. But so he harmed her a little bit. But I think, given everything else that's going on.
But I love the fact that this is like one of those early moments where, and he's not even like convinced yet that this isn't like a strictly a medical issue. But the fact that that Sievers is just going along with everything because this is his mentor, and he's now switched into pupil mode, so he's just going to follow along with his mentor's instructions. And so it's like, hand me that. He just hands it to him, and then after he does it, he's like, see to the wound. And he does that. So I love, when people who are, like in that professional capacity, when like they're 1 minute they're like the person in charge calling the shots, but then when it's when then they step into the subordinate position, and it's like, it was just a lot of fun to see that switch with the character, and I really do love their relationship established when they first go to see von Franz, and just that instant warmth between the two of them when von Franz realizes that it's him. And so that's the thing, like, again, you're talking about like supporting characters, but the fact that they established this wonderful relationship between the two of them is just like, it's just great writing, because it's saying that we don't just care about making like the leads and their connections believable, but also we care about these relationships that are kind of off to the side, and I love that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's implied history, is what it is. It's character building without, having shown us that this directly. We get an immediate sense that these two characters have known each other for a long time. They have great respect for one another, and they have great affection for one another. And that underscores the fact that, again, von Franz, as Dr. Sievers notes, has basically been cast out of the scientific community for his beliefs. But even though Dr. Sievers is very much more a traditional modern man of reason and medicine, he still respects von Franz, and he still is willing to, like he did not need to bring, if a more prideful man would not have felt the need to bring in, recognize that he was perhaps overmatched and bring in somebody who has a different area of expertise and is also, perhaps on the outs with the scientific community. But Sievers does it because he knows ultimately that what's more important is Ellen gets the help that she needs, and if von Franz is the only one who can diagnose and help her, then that's what he will do. And their dynamic in the aftermath of this scene, when when von Franz, after lighting his pipe on the Christmas tree, which is a great little comedic affectation, say, "Do not see that she is cursed." He's like,
well, no, but my favorite beat comes before that, when he's like, "It's as I feared, beat." And then Friedrich's like, "Well."
Yes. Again, to credit to Harding where is due. Like, another great comedic moment we didn't really touch on was when they were talking about introducing von Franz, and Sievers was like, "It grieves me to say it, but he became obsessed with the work of Paracelsus, Agrippa, and the like," and like very weighty. And then we just cut to Sievers, and he's like, or we cut to Harding, he's like, "I am a shipman. Explain it to me in plain, or like it's that memes like, why don't you explain it to me like I am 5 years old? Sievers does, where he's like, it's the occult, dude. It's the occult.
Yeah.
Oh
God. Yeah, but
then,
once again, like we really do have to sing the praises of Aaron Taylor Johnson. He's like, particularly in this film, he's so underrated with what he does with this character, and yeah, I loved him in this.
Yeah, no, and we'll be singing his praises a lot more as we move toward the climax of the movie. But especially in this scene, it really is the Willem Dafoe show with Ralph Ineson running kind of the wingman duty, where they're getting into the conversations of where he's talking about, where Ralph Sievers is like, but what about your discoveries of macabre hallucination pathologies? And he's like, this is not one. And then Anna, to her credit, she doesn't like. She clearly is struggling with this, but she is open to the possibility. She's like, how did this happen to Ellen? And this is where we get the great line where he's like, demons more easily obsess those whose lower animal functions dominate. Demons like them. They seek them out.
Which makes me really worried for a lot of us.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And this is a scene where they talk about again, the extended cut doesn't add a lot, but this scene actually adds a little bit where he goes on to say those with lower animal functions that he's referring to, basically women, children, lunatics, aka the overlooked and oppressed of society.
Basically, yeah, because men don't have lower animal function.
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, no. Oh God. Yeah. Those are moments that I actually rather enjoyed. And maybe it's just because I'll always take more Willem Dafoe, and I also just liked him talking about some of the stuff, but it's stuff that again it does, like, it neither detracts from the movie nor really adds that much to it. So and this is probably a good time to sort of elaborate on. I feel like this extended cut may have just existed because Robert Eggers is such a perfectionist that he was probably tinkering with this movie up until release, and maybe he had a couple little regrets of moments that maybe he might have like let carry on for a bit more, or maybe he just missed them. So the extended cut feels honestly more like a curiosity, something that's just has a bit looser editing in some moments, but which again, and we talked about this in the Slack, sort of, it's puzzling that any moments were relegated to the deleted scenes sections, because those could have easily been slipped back in as well. And one of those moments where it shows Orlok like turning around to the camera in the dark corridor was one of the moments that he actually mentioned in an interview when the movie came out, was in the extended cut. So, and this is why I suspect that he was probably tinkering back and forth with it and probably couldn't. It was probably having a little trouble deciding exactly what he wanted to put back in and what he wanted to keep out. Which is why I feel like it's probably that sort of tinkering that, I can identify with, like anybody who's slightly OCD about the stuff they're working on, and maybe, and maybe that's all it was. I feel like it would be kind of strange for the studio to insist that he put out an extended cut of this movie just because. So I don't think that was necessarily it. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I don't mind that we have it, but it is kind of peculiar.
Yeah, and all the more so because as you alluded to, they have extended cut. The extended cut's about like 3 or 4 minutes longer, but then the DVD still has deleted scenes on it, including that shot of Orlok that you mentioned, and actually, I will note the absolute very first promotional image that we ever saw from this movie, which is the shot of Ellen standing in the window with Nosferatu's shadowy hand extending over her face.
This one right here.
Yeah, this one right here. That's in the deleted scenes, but it's not in the extended cut. And in the deleted scenes, it basically takes place right after that moment where Orlok, has signed the contract and takes her locket and disappears out of and locks the door behind him so Hutter can't follow. And then we basically get this scene basically implying that this is the moment where his shadow is starting to reach Ellen. But and it's an incredibly beautiful shot, but I find it odd that if you were going to do an extended cut, well, why not include those scenes as well? And there are some reasons that you can the scenes. I
mean, there are reasons that I can point to, like that shot of that Orlok that we talked about. Actually, because that kind of spoils that he's out of the coffin.
Yeah, exactly.
In that final section, but if it's just it's an extended cut. It's like nobody was under the misapprehension that it was a quote unquote director's cut or anything. So if you were throwing in extended little bits, it seems like, and if it's just an alternate cut, then why not? So yeah, the whole thing is a bit peculiar, but and I kind of would have liked to have those shots in the extended cut just because they're really nice shots and it would be cool for them to be in the movie. But at the end of the day, the one I'm always gonna now go back and watch is the original theatrical version. Just because that's the version I saw in theaters, and unless there's a super compelling reason to prefer a different cut, I usually don't. Just because for me, there's always something a bit sacred about the flow and the feel of the movie that I saw that first time. And so yeah, for me, it's always going to be that version. But again, there's no reason to be angry that this extended cut exists. It's just one of those weird, it's more of a curiosity than anything else. So.
Yeah, and I mean, there are obviously, this is a larger conversation that we've touched on before on the channel. But there are director's cuts that we believe are the superior versions of the movie, like the Lord of the Rings extended cuts, like the Kingdom of Heaven director's cuts.
And even that, I would say with Lord of the Rings, I would say I've always looked at them as they're different versions of the movie that I love watching, but also they don't replace the original versions either. Yeah. And I would say that there's a couple genuine examples of true director's cuts where something was being corrected, and ironically they're both Ridley Scott films. And exactly. One of those being Blade Runner and the other being Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah, and you don't need to justify that to me, because frankly, I'm one of the people who will still ride for the theatrical cut of The Lord of the Rings. I'm not one of those people I will only ever watch the extended cuts. They're still great. But this is a case where, as you said, the director's cut or the extended cut or whatever you want to call it, and it's not a case of Amadeus, as you alluded to earlier, where it's they did something bad to the original theatrical cut.
No, because they're both available on here. And I don't foresee any situation where they only ever put out the extended cut of this movie. This feels very much just like a bonus feature, exactly. on here. And so yeah. I would love to ask Robert Eggers about it, because my best working theory is, as I said, that it was just sort of, maybe a little OCD on his case, where he's like, oh, did I necessarily need to cut it that tightly, and maybe he just wanted the alternate version just to sort of, satisfy both ends of his sort of, artistic inclinations. But for me, like, it's because it's not like there's something in the extended cut where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe they left that out. There's nothing like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I will note that like I've heard, production rumors that like the original when they started cutting down this movie, it was originally like 2 hours and 45 minutes long, which I get why they had to cut that down. Like that's a long for a horror movie.
Here's the thing, though.
And
I this bugs me, and we are going off on a little bit of a tangent, but it's related to the movie. There's a website and a YouTube channel, which I will not name, that loves to ask filmmakers how long was the original cut. And then certain online publications will run with that. They do it every single time and say that the original cut of this film was this one. It's like, no, they're talking about their first cut.
The rough cut,
which is always much longer. But that's never going to be the version that gets released in the theaters, ever.
Exactly.
And it's always meant to be cut down from that. So, yeah, maybe there was a first cut of this movie that was going on 3 hours long, but that doesn't mean that Robert Eggers ever intended to release something like that. And if he had, undoubtedly we would have seen it with the release of an extended cut. And guess what? We didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And what all that tells me is that like once he got the rough cut, he was like, there were probably 20, 25 minutes of scenes that was like, yeah, this doesn't work. This is unnecessary. This doesn't need to be in the movie. This is addressed adequately elsewhere. And it was easy. And then once we get down to this final, the theatrical cut being like 2 hours and 12 minutes and the extended cut being like 2 hours and 16 minutes, these were probably the scenes that he was like agonizing over. Because I don't think there was probably a studio mandate. Like this movie must be under 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'm sure it was just like at this point, it was like it was more him kind of trying to figure out the movie he wanted to release. And now we have both versions. I agree that the theatrical cut, as I've said at the beginning of the stream, everything that makes this movie special and brilliant and transcendent is present in the theatrical cut. And so the extended scenes are just fun flavor.
Yeah. Okay. So, having covered that and said our piece there, let's continue on with the discussion of the actual film. So we've
talked about the fact that Willem Dafoe, now he is diagnosed that she's probably possessed by a demon, and at this point, Orlok is on his way. He is coming.
Yeah.
And
I can't believe we haven't gotten to Orlok actually arriving.
If there is one section of it's a great section of the movie, but there's one section of this movie that I think we could probably give a little bit of a breeze over to. It is the section on the ship, the Demeter.
The only part that I want to talk about is that great moment when the guy goes below deck to try and rid the ship of the evil, and there's that great moment where you can see Orlok in the background, and it's that great kind of alien type shot where like he's out in the open, but you're like, did I just see? And and then you get the jump scare of
Yeah, again, one of the movie's few jump scares, because you're like, of course, this guy's fucking doomed the second he goes down there. But again, this is this is a reminder that this is in fact a horror movie and horrible stuff is happening, and it's notable it's setting up that the ship is bringing the plague. But But another aspect of this, I do want to touch on this scene is the scene when as Orlok is arrived, is on the ship, and we learn that he's heading this way, and he's psychically communing with Ellen, and he has that line like, "Soon I will no longer be a shadow to you. Soon our flesh will embrace its one." And he has the ominous, black enchanter line, "Nature, increase thy thunders, bring me speed on thy barbarous winds." And then there's a great piece of music on the score from Robin Carolyn called "Increase Thy Thunders," and you're just like, this is where ominous tension really starts, because as Ellen says, and as Aronach says, he is coming.
Okay, and lest we not mention a couple more of Herkenhock's great moments, one of them when he's still imprisoned in the hospital and he's strapped to the chair and he's just going, "Providence!" And then another, closer to this time when he escapes and he's like, "He's here! He's here!" And he's running like a maniac down the street.
Oh, and the fact that he tears out the guy's throat and is shouting, "The blood is the life," which is another line from the original silent film. Much more ominous in this context.
Which again, enough cannot be said about Simon McBurney. It just a wonderfully unhinged performance. And even though we have mentioned the music throughout, but I just feel like, we can't, fail. I just don't want to fail to mention Robin Carolyn's name over and over and over, because all throughout this movie, the score is just absolutely insane and gorgeous and beautiful and terrifying. And we're gonna sing his praises again when we get to the finals sequence, but just like, what a masterful score. And another thing I'm angry about is he wasn't nominated for an Oscar. So
I'm all the more angry about this one because there are some nominations that I richly believe in my heart that this movie should have gotten, that I can rationalize that, okay, this Academy probably wasn't going to go for it. This score got shortlisted. It made the shortlist, and somehow they still didn't put it in.
And I think it was nominated for a BAFTA.
Yeah,
for best score. So it was within the realm, definitely within the realm of possibility. And I would have thought that if it still got 4 nominations, and I would have bet anything that this would have been one of them. But
the only explanation I can come up with is the fact that the music branch of the Academy is very cliquey, and they tend to reward their favorites. Hence, Diane Warren getting 18 song nominations for obscure movies, and certain composers always getting nominated for every score they do, even if they deserve it, like John Williams. This being Robin Carolyn's only one of his he has only done, I think, 2 scores, The Northman and Nosferatu. Maybe they're just like, it's not his time, but fuck that, because the work is manifest and brilliant, and it should have been there.
Not his time. Yeah. I know it's not technically the same people, but I'm going to go ahead and say the same people who never thought it was Peter O'Toole's time to win a competitive Oscar. but yeah. And so the plague ship arrives, and then Orlok is there in Vicksburg, and let's just go ahead and say we may kind of rush through some things as we get further on in time, but let's go ahead and talk about when also, let's not fail to mention that Thomas returns back home at this point, having, we kind of skipped over, what he's been going through, where he escapes the castle after, Orlok, has gotten what he needs from him, and prepares to feed him to literally to the wolves, and he escapes by jumping out the window and into the water, and he's found by the nuns and nursed back to health, nearly, and then makes the long journey back home, and he arrives at about the same time, and this results in Ellen coming back to herself.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned. I don't want to distract us. I do want to get back to Thomas and Ellen, but I did want to shout out in that scene where he is rescued by the nuns, talking about like great little minor performances. I think the actress who plays the young Orthodox novice who finds him and kind of nurses him, Teresa Duskova. I actually think that this is another example of like a great like minor performance, because that scene where he wakes up in the chapel and he's surrounded by all the nuns, and we start to get some exposition on Orlok's backstory that she's delivering through translation, is very chilling and effective. Like when she's talking about like the old woman's talking in Romani or Dacian, and she's translating. She's like, a black enchanter he was in life, Soluminar. You are lost in his shadow. And then he's panicking because he's realized now that Orlok's after Ellen, and she's basically trying to encourage him, remain here. His evil cannot enter this house of God. And he's like, no, he's going to Visburg. And then you can see her eyes kind of whiten in fear and black. She's like, he cannot leave here. He cannot leave here. He must return to the cursed earth in which he is buried. And you're realizing Orlok, crafty bastard, has found a way around this.
Again, this is a funny bit because, of course, like me having never actually seen a version of Dracula before, I like the fact that that my first, like, I think it was mentioned as a joke in Buffy the Vampire Slayer at one point, but really the first like actual time I encountered this as a concept was in the TV show version of What We Do in the Shadows. It's a whole plot line for an episode where their sacred soil gets thrown out, and and they need to send Guillermo, their familiar, back to their home countries to fetch the dirt so that they won't die. And so, like, I'm watching this, I'm like, yeah, he needs the sacred earth. That's just like in What We Do with the Shadows. What We Do in the Shadows. So I just love that. That's how. Like I was like, yeah, this is common knowledge. You should know this.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of an understated. It's the original, like technically, where it's like he must return to the sacred earth in which he was buried. It's like, yes, but technically, if he takes some of that earth with him and puts it in his coffin, and he puts the coffin on the ship, and he goes to the different country, then he can get around here. Like that was a loophole. It was a loophole he found.
Yeah. Yeah. So I love the fact that was my first encounter with that particular story thread, but yeah. So Orlok arrives, and we talked a bit about that scene between Ellen and Anna. Where she asks if she can stay with her because Thomas is having some issues trying to sleep, as you would. Yeah, but this is when Orlok reaches out to Ellen for the first time, and they have their first confrontation.
This scene is so good. This, like, I know we keep saying that. This scene is so good.
Yeah. Oh God. It's yeah. He's like, oh my God, he's the absolute worst. He really is.
Yeah. I mean, and I really think that like the reason that I find this scene so incredibly effective is, for the most part, we've seen Ellen, as she's been struggling with this ungodly and terrible, possession and connection that she's been dealing with. We have seen her mostly being acted, scared and lost and alone. And
yeah, but she's very strong in this.
And this is the moment we see her strength. The moment when she turns to him and she sees he's there, and it's the first time really seeing him fully unveiled. And her reaction is not to scream or cry or be in terror. She just looks at him and says with absolute scathing contempt, "You, I have felt you crawling like a serpent in my body." And you're just like, you can tell that like this is she is angry with him, and she is not scared of him in this moment. She's like basically like, you have violated me since I was a child, and I have hated you for it, and now is my opportunity to tell you. But in classic abuser manipulator logic, this is where Orlok is like, it is not me, it is your nature. And she's like, and she calls him out on that, you're a villain to say so. And he's like, and he's basically like, it's not my fault, I'm just an appetite. I was a loathsome beast laying in the dark pit till you did wake me, enchantress. You are my affliction. And so it's classic, psychological abuse. He's trying to turn this back on her, but she doesn't, she resists it. And she's right up in his face, as he is trying to, challenge her and trick her and get her to submit, where he's basically like pulling out the fact that he got her husband to sign an annulment for but a sack of gold, and you have always been bound and fated to me. And even though I cannot love and cannot give you what you need, I cannot be sated without you. So this is your destiny, Darth Vader style. And then they're moving in and they're almost about to kiss. And then Ellen has her body language is conveying signs of like attraction and eroticism, because this is still a psychosexual dynamic. But then she just has the line, I abhor you. And he can't stand that because he knows how loathsome he is ultimately.
Well, and it's very interesting because, and everything you're saying is true, but also I think what makes this such a sort of fucky twisted, movie is that, like, because when he says that it's not me, it is your nature, yes, he's being manipulative, but also it's not without a like shred of truth in that she has a very dark side of her sort of sexual desires, and which she's which kind of leads into a sort of dynamic she has with him that is both revulsion but also desire. And but it's why her relationship with Thomas is so great, because she's actually able to express her desires in a healthy dynamic.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I will say one thing that I was thinking about during this scene, both during this scene and during the final scene, is like, this is not one of those movies that I would want to see with smell-o-vision.
No. No, you're like, I'm sure Orlok himself is particularly right because, he's been rotting in a coffin for several hundred years. But given, what he does, given the fact that he is a vampire and, he drinks blood for a living, how fucking bad is this guy's breath? I don't think he brushes his teeth or flosses. But
you ignore that for cinematic license, so you don't think about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, because it's a heightened, it's gothic, it's romantic, and I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that like there is still an element of like Ellen hearkening to her nature in a bit, because that's the dynamic that comes back later, where von Franz has the line where he talks about we must know evil to be able to destroy it. We must discover it within ourselves. And he basically goes on to say that we must crucify the evil within ourselves so there is no salvation. And Ellen goes on to say, I need no salvation. My entire life I have done no ill but heed by nature. And that's really where the dichotomy comes into play, because Ellen's sexual desires are not wrong. They are natural. Exactly. And where the wrongness comes in is, one, in society forcing her to repress those desires, and two, Orlok kind of taking advantage of it under false pretenses. She was lonely. She sought companionship. She opened the door, but he came in. And as she goes on to say, in a later scene that we'll get to, at first it was sweet, it was tender, but then it turned to torture. And that is really the dynamic that she's pushing back again, because as she says in this scene, I was a child. Like, that is really at the heart of it. Like, she did not understand what she was getting into. Now she does. She is still the same person. She still has those same instincts and desires, but she recognizes what Orlok did to me is, it is wrong, and it's not ultimately her fault. Just no matter what, even though he's calling her an enchantress who drew him in this way.
Yeah, all her fault.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's just one big analogy for just how women were treated. I was about to say treated at the time, but how much things have gotten a little bit better, but they're still pretty fucked up. And it's this notion of a woman who like wants to give in to her desires, that there's something wrong with that, and that it should be tied up in shame. And of course, Orlok represents that shame. But she shouldn't feel that way, and she should have the freedom to, explore her desires and her feelings free of that shame, which is and that's represented by her relationship with Thomas. And so, it's just, which is again why I love the way that these themes are explored in this film, and Robert Eggers has a knack for that. I just think it's very fascinating, and to a certain degree, I think this kind of affects obviously much more with women, just because of the way they're viewed in society. But I think it's also something that we can all identify with, because I think growing up, we're always sort of taught that, sex is something that we don't talk about. We shouldn't talk about because it's shameful. And which is, as you get older, you realize how ridiculous that is. And so so it's very interesting as a theme to be explored in this film, and to have it explored in this way, in such a, with a literal demon, and with having that be the embodiment of that shame that many of us are grow up learning. And especially within the context of a woman in this time. And, it's, so it's fascinating. But the way it's represented, it's in the film, it's also like gloriously grotesque and twisted. And so it makes it fun in that way, in a, again, twisted way.
Yeah. And obviously, like, we haven't really touched on, but another layer to all that in the terms of societal pressures and sexuality is the idea of religion, and the fact that in this time, obviously, we see iconography of crosses, for Christianity all throughout this movie. But in many respects, their symbols are being, perverted, because Orlok literally, as we learned in that scene with the nun, was raised up by the devil himself to walk the earth again in blasphemy, kind of to mock the contradictions in human society about purity versus, virtue and things like this. And this is another movie, unfortunately, much like The Witch, where God is kind of silent. The devil is kind of running about unchecked in the form of Nosferatu himself. And it's telling that, like, moving it after this scene ends, it's kind of unclear whether or not this scene, what like happened in the flesh, or is a dream, because then Ellen wakes up and Anna, who had, in a gesture of true kindness, had given Ellen her cross, that she kind of used as for comfort in that, scene. We wake up and Anna's on the floor and she's half naked and she's being covered by rats and bitten everywhere. Anna was an incredibly brave and virtuous, and Christian woman. It did not save her. She is now succumbed to the shadow as well.
Yeah. But then you ask the question in your head, if she had kept the cross on her person, would she be okay? It's that's just, oh God, that just gives me the heebie-jeebies. The idea of having rats crawling all over you, and I'm like Sean Connery and Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade. Rats.
Yeah, and all credit to Emma Corrin as a performer. Robert Eggers reveals in the behind scenes scenes, no CG. These are real rats that they let crawl all over their body,
and they're incontinent. So, yeah. So God bless Emma Corrin for going through all that. And so, yeah, and it is around this time that Friedrich has had enough.
Yeah.
And he kicks Ellen and Thomas out of his home. And this is a really charged scene where, Ellen this is not a moment when she's going to keep her thoughts to herself, and
as she should.
Yeah, and it's this really like, and he's like, I have been nothing but kind to you, and she goes and tied me down, sedated me, yeah, it's and then rather than answer to that, he says, basically, you will leave now. Get out.
Yeah.
And I'll get a carriage for it. A carriage will take you home at my expense.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, again, we have a lot of sympathy for Friedrich as a character by the end, and I think Aaron Taylor Johnson's performance is great, but this is kind of him at his ugliest in this scene. Yeah. Again, understandable, because his wife, who he loves sincerely and dearly, has just been bitten by plague, ridden vermin, and is probably going to die. And he's reckoning with that. And he is, I think, kind of blames Ellen for it subconsciously, or not so subconsciously. And that scene where, like, we've seen that, like, even though she is, his best friend's, wife, he never really has liked her. Even if he professes to have loved them both, he's kind of fed up with all of her nonsense as he sees it, but it's not nonsense. And Ellen calls him out on that when she's like, why do you hate me? And she basically is reiterating what she told Anna earlier. I am in the right. Why won't you listen to me? And then Friedrich basically tries to pull rank on her, basically, like, not only, sex, the fact that he's a man and she's a woman in this world, so she should listen to him, but also class. Like, I am, rich and have been your benefactor, and you have been, like, living in my house, so you should be grateful and not ask questions. And she's basically like, fuck all of that. Your wife is going to die. You're going to die. We're all going to die if you don't listen to me. And he can't hear that because it's an affront to his pride. But so again, it's like, it's a scene where it's kind of like you see the ugly side of him, and you're kind of like, clearly he's in the wrong and Ellen is in the right here. But then it's telling that almost immediately after that, what does the movie do? It cuts to a very quiet, still, dialogue-free shot of him just sitting in his girl's bedroom, holding them close, and clearly, like, this is a man who just is lost. He like, his world, as he goes on to say in the scene with Sievers and von Franz, is shattering. He is shattering, and all we can try to do is hold on to the people he loves. Like, in the most generous interpretation, the reason he tries to send Ellen and Thomas away is to protect his family, because Nosferatu is ultimately after Ellen. But at this point, you know, he has effectively been damned. But he doesn't ultimately, like, he makes a lot of mistakes. He ultimately doesn't deserve what happens to his family and to him. You know, this is like ultimately true horror.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because just Friedrich does do and say a lot of things that traditionally, you know, do make a character unlikable, but it really, but I think it's because you can see where, you know, again, I know people hate the refrain of, you know, consider the time, but like sometimes you honestly do, you know, just because you know, the way people behaved and the notions they had are like specific to the time that they're born into. And but I think it's the way the character is written is so that you do get these moments of pure humanity and the love that he has for his family. And honestly, a lot of it is down to the way Aaron Taylor Johnson plays it. So that even when he says something that's like, you asshole, he still somehow imbues it with this charm and this sort of emotional pathos to where you still feel for the guy. And yeah, so I just, again, I think it's one of the strongest performances in the movie, and like maybe not the easiest role to pull off in that way. And yeah, so he's great. And it's shortly after this scene, I love that, you know, he's getting, you know, he's gotten frustrated with Ellen, so he's sending them away. And then there's that great scene between him, von Franz, and Sievers, where where he's like, and so, how do you kill it? I don't know. Where are Ellen and and her husband? And he goes, what? Where are they? Did you send them away? And he's like, what? No, yes, I did. Not before that. It's like, I do not know how to kill Nosferatu. And then it's at that moment where he's just had it. He's like, all your proclamations are just from bloody books. It's like, and he's like, I'm not believing any of this. No, he's like, this is a real bloody plague. Yeah. And yeah, no, it's great. His exasperation is like, again, played so wonderfully. And to where, and that sort of like really sad laugh that he does, where he's just like, you know, where he finds it all so incredulous, you know, at that point. And he's like, this is all bullshit. My wife's in real like medical, you know, danger, and y'all are going on about this walking, you know, demon of a corpse. And he just, because I think he's so scared, he just pushes all that out. He says, I'm not going to believe that. And he's getting ready to take his family out of the town, regardless of the, you know, the town being closed off. And he's like, nope, I'm not going to risk my family over this. Unfortunately, he's just too late because, of course, his wife and his children are not going to make it through the night. So,
yeah, and again, this is an example of where some people may have frustrations with Friedrich as a character. I tend to think it's because we we as the audience, knowing what is happening, would like to believe that we would not act as Friedrich is acting. But if we were actually in this situation, living through it, and not, like aware of the supernatural in this extent we are as the removed, omniscient viewing audience, a lot of us would be Friedrich in this scene, like essentially human mind wrecking with the forces that they can't understand, shattering in many respects. And his instinct is just, I have to protect what's mine. I have to protect my family. I have to protect my wife who is sick and dying. I have to protect my two girls. I have to protect my unborn son. These are all natural good instincts, and he obviously is, frustrated with, like, I love the line you cited where he's like, don't you see that there is a bloody real plague, gentlemen, a real plague that is killing real people. He sees that's happening because it's
and actually it's very funny. The way that's not funny, haha, but like sort of it appeals to like our sensibilities, or at least it's to be hoped so for most of the people watching this, that like that registers with a lot of us who unfortunately had to deal with people in real life who don't understand that there was a real bloody plague going on. And so rationally, like, actually he's saying the right things for the real world.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in this world that we're watching before us on the screen, these things actually do exist, as Thomas will say later. And so it's funny because from a real world perspective, actually he's saying the right things, but for the world that's depicted in Nosferatu, he's very, very wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not quite done talking about Friedrich because he has a couple other big scenes coming up, but I think we need to talk about Ellen and Thomas's big scene.
This is the scene where this is one of those scenes where my dad walked into the room and I pressed pause until he was done. Went back and went away because this is one of those things where I'm like, I don't know how I watched this with him in the room. So and this scene starts off with Ellen's confession to Thomas, and of the fact that she knows Orlok, and before that says, I have something to tell you, though I fear to. And he said, nothing you can say will shock me, for there is a devil in this world, and I've met him. It's just so great. So then she tells him just everything about her, how she first came to interact with Orlok, and the fact, she talks about the fact that he is her shame, and but that Thomas was her salvation, and then the scene takes a turn.
Oh, it takes many turns, because this is really where all the cards are laid on the table, where Ellen acknowledges, as she said, the secret that she has never shared with any living soul, that she has known Orlok since childhood, that he is her shame, he is her melancholy, all of her sleeping thoughts are of him. And Thomas is, he is taken aback by this and horrified by this, even though he knows Orlok. He didn't understand that the connection ran this deep between them. But then the turn when she goes to the window, and then all of a sudden she stops and she composes, and you're like, oh no, and then you turn, and once again Lily-Rose Depp has contorted her face in a different way, and she's basically, her vocal timbre changes, and she's like, you stopped your letters to me, and he's like, what? This is a non sequitur.
I do love his reaction. It's like, what? Like,
yeah, it's like there's a reason there wasn't a fucking post office to send the letters at Orlok's castle. He did ask Orlok to post the letters. Clearly, Orlok did not do that. But
which I can't believe that was not one of Orlok's priorities.
Oh, who knew? Who knew? Clearly, he gets mail at the castle. He was getting aeronautics. But just this, we said it a lot. Like Lily-Rose Depp has some iconic scenes in this movie. This may be her most iconic, just because the way it builds and builds and builds, and it kind of incorporates the elements of physicality that we've been celebrating throughout this stream, where she's just hurling insult after insult at Thomas. Like, he told me about you, how foolish you were, how fearful, how like a child, how you fell into his arms as a swooning lily of the woman, how you sold me to him for gold. And then she just screams, our love was supposed to be sacred. And he's trying to protest because he can see where this is going. But then she just she stalks away from him. You never, don't touch me. I'm not to be touched. Where is it? Your money, your promotion, your house. Where is that which is so precious to you? Have you paid back kind-hearted your debt? Have you repaid him with this plague that infects his wife? And Thomas, his response, I left for us, for our future. And she's like, for what? For these things? And he says, for you. And she basically is almost convulsing at this point, and she's like, don't you see, we should never have married, we're already dead. And then as she falls to her knees and starts ripping her bodice and lets out the scream, I say it in capital letters, the capital T, scream, capital S, because watching this in the theater, this was a moment where I felt my blood run cold and a chill run up my spine. Even though Orlok is nowhere to be seen, because I'm just like, one, terrified, and two, just in awe of what Lily-Rose Depp was doing with this sequence. And Thomas, understandably, can't handle it because
I'll send for I'll send for Dr. Severs, and then she instantly switches, and again, it's very evocative of women of the time in the real world who are suffering from so-called hysteria and sort of expressing all their repressed feelings and sexuality, and immediately switching on a dime to at hearing that he's going to send for the doctors, and her going, no, I'll be good, and it's within the context of all that, it makes sense, but also your mind goes to the real world situations, and it's just so horrible. But and then it immediately switches again with her crawling towards him and into a certain position, and then uttering the lines, you could never please me as he could.
Again, with that demonic face. Shortly thereafter, a moment we skipped over, the fact that, again, Lily-Rose Depp doing all this in camera, the scene where she rolls her eyes back into her head and her tongue is lolling out of her mouth and drool is running down her face. And I'm just like, again, one of the most even though she's not truly possessed in this scene, it's one of the most effective demonic possession scenes I've ever seen. And it's terrifying. This is a moment where the movie earns its title as a horror movie.
Well, and the fact that she thought that Robert Eggers had added that spit, that it comes down, and he's like, no, that was all you.
Yeah.
and then just the way what her eyes are doing, and she sticks her tongue out and twists it, and it's there's no enhancements there. It's all Lily-Rose Depp, and you're like, Jesus Christ.
And then she goes into the supplicating mode, but then the demonic blowjob mode, and of course all of this is clearly really turning Thomas off, because what happens, and that's not actually the case, but it's what happens next is one of the more fucked up sex scenes you've seen Robert Eggers, because Thomas's response is to him challenging Orlok. It's like, you could never please me as he could. He's like, oh yeah, well then I'm going to show you how much I can please you right here and now. Never mind the fact that you were just having your eyes rolling out of the back of your head 2 seconds.
Again, as we said earlier, this is the one for the perverts.
And Ellen and also the fact that Ellen is like, this is what Ellen wants in many respects. She wants this intimacy with her husband, not with Orlok. So as he does this, she's like, yes, take me like this. Let him see our
love. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's so fucked up. And then it
really fucked up. But also,
I mean, it's also, again, this being a weird psychosexual movie, it's sexy in its own weird way, and it becomes, in many respects, sweet by the end, because there's the freaky aftermath where after they've finished having sex, and Ellen is again like flipping around, and giggling hysterically, and be like, "Without you, I will become a demon," and then he takes her in his arms, and then she kind of collapses against him, all of the pretense gone, basically like, keep away from me, I am unclean. And he's like, no, never. And then she voices her true fears. He will kill you if I do not go to him. And he's like, no, I will kill him. I will. And this is where you see that for all of Thomas's faults and, perhaps his overlooking of Ellen's true desires and everything, he does really love her. And she loves him. Like their love is real in this moment, and it's why ultimately Ellen is willing to make the choices that she does in the finale to save him and to save Willis.
We did it. We got through that one.
Just a few. No worse for the wear and tear.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just remembering watching that in the theater and being like, ooh. Yeah, so, and then of course, maybe not a real great idea to piss off Orlok at this particular juncture. And of course, what happens next is he then goes to finish the job with Anna and also the children, which is like, I remember seeing this and being like, holy fucking shit, this is like gruesome on a level that like you don't expect to see in going to see a movie in the theater. But when it's Robert Eggers, nothing's off the table.
Yeah. No, I mean, it really can't be overstated. The fact that this movie, that it shows the fact that, Orlok is a demon. He is evil. He is a terrible vampire. And we are going to see him, prey upon the innocent. And who is most traditionally innocent in these stories? It's the children. Clara and Louise, the sweet girls who throughout the movie, their constant refrain has been, there is a monster. There is a monster under our bed. And every time, even when he hears them at the door, they're like, is that the monster? And watching the movie again, you're like, oh, fuck, because it's all leading up to this. In this case, the monster is real. And the fact that Orlok, casts a spell over Harding so he won't wake, and it leaves Anna to try and fend for herself and defend her daughters. But by the time she gets there, it's too late. He's already gotten to them. And just the scream of anguish and horror that she lets out when she sees that Orlok has, let's be blunt, torn out her daughters' throats and drank their blood and then tosses them aside like dolls. You're like, there's no way to sugarcoat. This is one of the most horrific things that you could ever see as a parent, as a human, and Orlok has done it because he is truly a monster at the end of the day.
Yeah. God. Yeah, this is like, This is not we're not going to dance around this like Anakin igniting a lightsaber in front of younglings.
No. No, there's a. I mean, they do cast it in shadow. We don't see a lot, but it is notable that, like, when I was watching the behind the scenes and Robert Eggers is talking about the VFX in this scene, he's looking at it with a very clinical eye. He's like, "That's too much blood that's coming out of Orlok's mouth. It's too thick. It doesn't look realistic." And you're like, "Let's thin that out a bit." And I'm like, this is the mindset you have to have when you're filming a scene like this, because otherwise your instinct just go, "What the."
and so this is where we go into the final, act of the movie, which starts off with Anna's and the children's funeral, and Friedrich is just completely destroyed. That, like, and even if you do want to be like, pissed off at him for stuff he does early, which you should be, just he was being an ass. But just seeing how utterly destroyed he is here when he's pleading for both Ellen and von Franz to get out of there, and you can see how wrecked he is and destroyed, and but then when Thomas like pulls back his shirt and shows the bite marks, and he says, these horrors are real, these things do exist, and just the complete surrender on Friedrich's face, and when that acceptance finally hits him, it's just so heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is where Aaron Taylor Johnson's performance, like the true arc of what he's been doing with this character, really starts to come into focus. And it's not quite the final beat with him, but this is the moment where he has truly lost everything. And as I mentioned earlier, whatever your faults with him, earlier in the movie, like, the punishment should be commiserate to the crime, as it were. He didn't deserve to have hit, and like his wife and children, who were completely innocent, they did not deserve to die in this horrific manner, and he did not deserve to lose them in this manner. And he's losing his business and his city, like his mind truly is breaking under the weight of it all, and he's just looking for someone to blame, and because he still hasn't crossed that final barrier of turning it onto the idea that it could be Orlok, he starts to direct all his anger at von Franz until Thomas finally confirms for him, no, there is someone else who is responsible for this, and to his credit, by then he accepts reason, he goes with them quietly, but of course it is too late for him, at least.
Yeah, it's that moment in the carriage is great, where he's like, "I'm sorry, my rational mind could not accept. Please accept my forgiveness." Yeah, but and they're talking about their plans to take out Orlok, but he's already he's gone. Yeah. And this is where von Franz is like, and something we skipped over is, where they go into Connacht's office and find all, the imagery on the floor, and they also find the book, which then von Franz looks through, and this is where he comes to the conclusion that it's Ellen who will, in his words, become their salvation. And what's really interesting is he keeps coming back to this word salvation in the same way that Connacht says providence, and it's a really kind of slightly disturbing echo. But yeah, so, and he reads from it, and yeah, it's and so it's his understanding that it's, and I find this all really interesting because this is where the original Nosferatu is, where this whole notion comes from of vampires, dying from sunlight, but it's a bit more complicated in Nosferatu, in that it's not just as simple as the vampire goes into the sunlight and catches on fire. It's the fact that it's very specifically that that in this story that you know that a willing maiden sacrifices herself, um, and then with the crowing of the cock and with the vampire having nowhere to return to, is destroyed and the curse lifted. And so that's quite a bit more complicated than what a lot of vampire stories took from that, which was that vampires would get burned by the sun. But it's really interesting to sort of return it to its sort of classic origin. And so he and Ellen, talk about this after the carriage ride scene where he starts setting the stage for this plan, which is really going to be a diversion to try and take out Orlok. It will serve a function in that he does need to destroy the soil, which Orlok will rest, but he doesn't believe that they have it within their capacity to actually kill him. That'll be up to Ellen. And so I love the conversation that the two of them have after they get out of the carriage, and he has so much reverence for her. I love when he talks about, in ancient times, you would have been I forget the exact words, but something to the effect
a great priestess of Isis.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
But here in this strange and modern world, your purpose is of greater worth. And
she has accepted and she goes into this conversation knowing that it's got to be her, that she is going to have to give herself to Orlok. She doesn't see any other way, and he's confirming that he believes the same thing, and so they make kind of this pact together to he's going to distract Thomas and give her the opportunity to get rid of Orlok in the only way that that can be done, and that's through her sacrifice.
Yeah, and even though it's not the most flashy scene in the movie, the Yaron Blaschke's cinematography in this sequence is so goddamn good. The way he centers the characters, like Willem Dafoe up on the stairs, up against the archway, as he's giving the speech about her being a great priestess of Isis. And then this scene that's up on the screen here of Ellen in basically her black funereal garb, but still very much alive, looking like a ghost, but still with all the spirit and fight in her, with a single tear going down her cheek. And Lily-Rose Depp, kind of understated performance as she looks at this man who has been the one person to believe her from the beginning, and she just says, thank you for understanding, thank you for letting me do this. It's so good. This is like beautiful painting, like filmmaking, and
it's a testament to Robert Eggers' determination to make sure that Ellen is in charge of her own destiny in this story, that he doesn't make it so that Von Franz finds out that this is the way to kill Orlok, and he goes to her and says, this is the only way, you must do this. She has come to this realization on her own that there is going to be no other way. She is going to have to give herself to Orlok, and Von Franz is in the position of basically running support for her and making sure that she will be able to do this without interference, and to play his part so that Orlok has nowhere to run to. And I think that's wonderful. I very much like the way that was done, so that it's not so that she is fully in control of what happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is where the movie has reframed Ellen as the central protagonist, because in the original version of Dracula, like this idea of the maiden having like to like the maiden wholly without sin sacrificing herself to the beast. This is from the original Nosferatu. The original Dracula movie has a different conclusion, where basically Van Helsing and Holmwood and Harker and all the characters go on a more traditional vampire hunt, and Mina Harker, the character who becomes Ellen Hutter, is off more to the side. This adaptation takes what the original Nosferatu had, which was the maiden making the willing sacrifice to stop the beast, but it makes it clear that this is like what always her choice, and this is the way it had to be. Like it started with her, it's going to end with her, and she is going into this with open eyes, even if her heart is breaking to do it, because ultimately she does not want to die. She wants to live. She wants to be with her husband. But she knows this is the only way. And it's why one of my absolute favorite scenes in the movie is the next scene, where she's in their apartment with Thomas, and she's looking out the window, and he comes over and he kisses her neck and she turns to him and she tells him what he needs to hear, which is, he does not have power over you, Thomas. I place my utter faith in you. Promise me you won't return until it's done. And he's like, I will, because he's doing this to protect her, even though it's a false hunt. And she's basically, she's smiling at him, and you can feel her love for him. And they kiss, and she sends him on his way. But then there's a shot where it's just, she's framed slightly off center in the room, closer to the right side of the frame in the window. It's at a distance. And we just see the camera fixate on her, and she just kind of looks after him and quietly whispers, goodbye. And that is the first moment I remember watching the movie for the first time where I teared up listening to the music and watching that scene, because I'm like, this woman is so goddamn brave to be doing this. She knows she's about to confront death herself, and she's doing it with open eyes and an open heart. And this man has tormented her entire life, and she is going to face him, and she will win. And again, she does this willingly out of the goodness of her own heart. She may not be wholly without sin, but she is pure. She is, innocent in this. She is their salvation. And again, so brave, so goddamn brave.
Yeah, God, so good. And so before the hunt can begin in earnest, the Friedrich has disappeared, and we get the conclusion of his story, which just, again, heartbreaking. There's just no other way to describe it. Just where he goes back to the graveyard, and it goes into the crypt, and and places his hands on his children's graves, and then uncovers his wife's grave to hold her, and also
I mean, it is notable the fact that, like, it is implied that he has sex with her dead corpse, which is obviously incredibly dark and fucked up. But as weird as it is to say, because when I heard about this scene before the movie, I was almost kind of dreading it. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to see it. But like the way it's filmed, weird as this is to say, is almost very tasteful, because it's just, that's not the point of the scene. The gross out factor is not the point of the scene. It's the heartbreak and the loss that Aaron Taylor Johnson conveys for Friedrich. He knows at this point that he is dying. He is about to die within minutes, if not hours, if not minutes. And all he wants is to be able to hold his wife and children again. And this is the only way he can do it.
Yeah, I found it a bit more ambiguous as to what actually occurs, but I've heard that other people feel it's less ambiguous.
I'm glad the movie doesn't make it explicit. Let's put it that way. You can see it either way. Because again, that's not the point of the scene.
Yeah. Yeah, I prefer to perhaps the version in my head, which is more that, yes, he does kiss her dead body, and and then he embraces her, and what I had assumed is that he just lays with her as he dies, but
I like that interpretation better.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But yeah, I don't know. It is ambiguous, so you can take it either way. But either way, like I view it as an incredibly tragic, ending to their story, and just sort of beautifully sad. And so yeah. And then of course they come upon them after he's died, and because regardless of what actually happened, it's they have to be sanctified, and so they and also to prevent the spread of the disease, they burn the crypt, and Thomas is resolved at this point, even though Seaver says Orlok have risen already, and he's like, no, we have to deal with this now. And of course von Franz is like, you're right, my boy, because of course that's all part of the plan. And so yeah, and so this is where they go off, and this is where things start to amp up. The editing is is really good, and there's this great shot of Ellen,
almost like a painting in this scene. I could see this hanging on the wall of any art gallery in the finest museums.
Yeah, I am ready. Come to me. Yeah, it's oh god, and it's so great. And so then we get and then we
so they go to Orlok's
and they go to the castle and break in, and there's rats all over.
Again, Sean Connery's worst nightmare. This is honestly like just as I don't know if there were more rats in this scene than there were in the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade crypts, but there were a lot of rats, and they're all plague infested. So you're like,
yeah, I'm like, they're like, just walk over. I'm like, no, like, okay, I know the import of what's going on, but like, I'd be like, can we just take a minute to discuss this?
Yeah.
And then they, Thomas quickly kicks off the lid of the crypt and strikes down. And who is it? It's Eric Canuck, the Prince of Rats.
Yes, very, very. And like, to be honest, like this is a very fitting end for his character, because we see, like, in this moment, he realizes the nature of the devil's bargain that he has signed. Like, that he thought that basically he signed his soul over to the devil in the hope of whatever it was, immortality, riches, glory. But as he says, Orlok cares only for his pretty bride, and Nock was always a tool, and now his usefulness has been outlived, and so this is the fate that awaits him in Orlok's coffin. And you can understand why, having gone through all this, Nock is basically like, just get it over with, man. You just already stabbed me with the iron stake. Strike again and strike hard, because I'm done with this world and everything that's...
And and so von Franz very eagerly finishes him off. And then this is the part where and then Thomas says we must hurry. He's gone after Ellen, and this is where von Franz admits to the steam. And Thomas is like, you knew Orlok would not be here, all along, and it says, I forget exactly what von Franz says, but Seaver says, "You're mad," which is so funny to finally hear that from him.
Yeah, even he has had the limits, and admittedly, it does sound like an insane plan. But at this point, the die is cast, as they say, and von Franz has done what he needed to do. And so Thomas will run to Ellen, but he does run in vain. And I will just note that another moment, like when I talk about early promotional stills for this movie, there was the famous
Right here.
this one. I can tell you true. The moment I saw this promotional scene of Willem Dafoe's von Franz going in a crypt that's burning with fire, I'm like, I'm gonna love this movie, aren't I? Because this is just so fun, so deranged.
I don't think there's ever been a more perfectly Willem Dafoe picture.
Exactly. He has never been more Willem Dafoe than he is Willem Dafoe when he is surrounded by fire in the crypt of an undead vampire, cackling as he roars about their salvation, like peak Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, and yeah, and this is where he is better than Canuck, but there is a certain similarity in sort of the maniacal, fervor of his exclamations, of redemption. And yeah, it's a beautifully classic, again, just a perfect Willem Dafoe ism. In all the greatest sense of it. And this is where the really tragic, sort of twisted, beautiful, a climax of the movie happens. And and it all begins really with the absolutely gorgeous cue from the composer Robin Carolyn. It's like this is where he's been knocking out of the park for the whole film, but this is where the movie gets handed over to him, basically.
Yeah,
and it's just gorgeous.
This track that plays over the final scene all the way through to the end of the movie is called Daybreak. And for my money, it is the single best piece of film score music this year, in 2024. The only piece that I would challenge it with is Paul and Chani's Love theme from Dune Part 2. Coincidentally, neither one of them are nominated at the Oscars. But
yeah, I was going to say very specifically, "Kiss the Ring" from the end of the film. Where Paul says, "Lead them to paradise."
Yes. Well,
the fact that neither one of those films was nominated is just so absolutely bonkers. And the whole reason why Dune wasn't nominated, because it was disqualified for the reuse of themes. And I'm not saying this was a bad thing, but I'm just saying it's obviously very hypocritical, which the Academy should be familiar with, that Wicked got a Best Score nomination.
Even though we both love the Wicked score, it's the consistency element.
No, the problem is not that Wicked was nominated. The problem is that Dune wasn't.
And Nosferatu.
So I feel like these. I think both of those scores are probably. I mean, I think the top three scores probably are collectively Dune Part 2, Wicked, and Nosferatu. Honorary mention to War the Rohirrim. But yeah, it's just the way this cue just carries over this whole section of the film, and just keeps getting more, and ups the ante and soars over everything, and just beautiful, just so fucking beautiful.
It's my favorite type of score piece on these types of movies. It reminds me a little bit of the "Now We Are Free" from Gladiator, the ending, because this is an 8-minute track on the soundtrack, and you can track it just by listening to it through all the emotions that you're going through in this final sequence. Even without the visuals, and the visuals are gorgeous, but like, the sequence starts with the iconic homage to the 1922 version, the most direct homage of the shadow of Orlok ascending the staircase with, which again was all done in camera, no visual effects here. Leading up to him getting to the door and opening it, and there is Ellen having donned her bridal gown for this moment, and they agreeing to willingly repledge herself, and as he says, then the covenant is fulfilled, and then leading into they're finally having that moment of actual intimacy that has been teased throughout the entire movie, and the music is just, it's very traditionally romantic music, but it's also carrying that undercurrent of tragedy. And as she turns to go to the bed and lies down and is unclothed, and he's unclothed, and then
I actually want to make sure we remark upon before they actually, as she starts to go to the bed, it's a just astounding moment of performance from Bill Skarsgård.
Yes.
Where and this is actually talked about a bit in the commentary, how that Orlok was never supposed to blink, and because of all the complications with the heavy makeup and everything, Bill Skarsgård was like on the verge of blinking throughout this particular take, and you can see that in the performance. But they ended up going with that take because it just really conveys all the sort of emotion he's going through, and and it's just and I do feel like I haven't sung the praises enough of Bill Skarsgård throughout this stream, because it's sort of easy to lose him under all the Orlok makeup, but the fact that you do have an actor driving this incredible performance, and the creation of this this monster, in addition to obviously all the people who worked on the makeup and the costume design and everything, but it's such a just strong moment from him, and just he's incredible throughout the movie, but like this scene is just like a tour de force from him. It's absolutely incredible. And so and so she lays down on the bed, and then he joins her, and the whole thing is so fucking gruesome with his his body, and he's a fucking corpse. It's so gross. But yet somehow beautiful, and I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, now this is Beauty and the Beast on twisted demonic steroids in this sequence, because like the makeup work, which I feel like we'll get to talk about the crafts, I'm sure, in the wrap up, but like the makeup work in this movie, which was recognized by the Academy, is just stellar when you see just how rotted Orlok is, particularly on the backside, because that's where he's been lying in the coffin for all these centuries. But really, it is Bill Skarsgård and Lily-Rose Depp's performance in this sequence that convey, weird thing to say about an undead demonic, hell vampire, but their humanity in this scene, because this is what they've essentially been leading up to the entire movie, this moment of intimacy and connection. And now, for differing reasons, they are allowing themselves that. And to see it is filmed in a very sensual way, seeing Lily-Rose Depp's Ellen, take off her dress and lie back and wait for Orlok to approach her. Like they kiss earlier in the movie, or earlier in the scene, and then he kind of starts at her neck and goes down, and then because he's Orlok, he has to go and bite her heart, like actually bite her heart. But that is also filmed in a very like sensual, romantic way, and because again, Ellen's face is almost orgasmic in that scene.
Yeah, it's like it's so, again, fucked up, you know, what you're experiencing as a viewer watching this, because on the one hand it's like really gross and sick, but on the other hand it's how hot and sexual, especially when he bites into her, and the sort of orgasmic, arousal, from her. It's all very twisted. And yeah, I don't have anything more I can say.
No, and we're not here to kink shame. Clearly they seem to be enjoying themselves, such as it is. But obviously, there's a greater game at foot, and the fact that Owen is ultimately doing this to lure Orlok to his doom and set them free. But again, this is where the story of the music comes in, because this moment of inevitability has arrived, and they're finally, effectively consummating this relationship that they've had. But then the music swells and swells, and the moment I love most in this Daybreak track is when we cut out to the shot of the rising sun above the town, and the music is building and building and building, and we cut to Thomas, a close-up on his face. He's racing through the streets trying to get to Ellen, but then it's he finally makes it there, and then the music drops out, not quite yet, because we're there. We're not quite there yet, because the music drops low, because the sun now has fully risen, and we need to hear the first crow of the cock.
And just before that, Orlok makes to start to move away, and she grabs the back of his head and says, "More."
Yeah.
And keeps him there.
And he obliges. Yeah.
Yeah. And and then the cock crows, and it's too late. And then what happens to him is and just it's sort of horrific in its own way of even this character who is terribly despicable and horrifying in all kinds of ways. You feel his life force just completely leaving the corpse that is his body. And it's like, I'm going to put up the gross picture.
You had to.
No, but here we go.
Oh man, yeah. No, I remember the first time I saw this. I'm like, this is an instantly indelible horror image for all the right and wrong reasons. But it is, as we've alluded to throughout the scene, in its own way, beautiful. Because Orlok in this scene, it's not clear how much he knows that he's being lured to his doom. I think he has a pretty good sense once he sees the sunlight, and it's like, but as he had told Ellen, he can't resist her. And when she reaches up and caresses his face and says more, he goes back and continues to drink from her heart, and until he hears the first cock crow. And then it's, he knows at this point that he's doomed, he's dead. But we haven't gotten much into his psychology. In many respects, is this a relief for him? Because he, there is an undercurrent of self-loathing for the character throughout the movie, when he talks about, over centuries, a loathsome beast I was that lay within the darkest pit. In many respects, he cannot help his nature. He was a bad fucking dude in real life, but does he like the fact that the devil raised him up and turned him into this undead hell monster? Perhaps not. Perhaps he's like, I just want it to end, but he can't, do it until he finally gets his appetite sated through Ellen. And the intimacy of as he's dying and screaming, because I'm sure it's painful for him, but instead of like recoiling from him in this moment, she reaches up and she's caressing his face, and it all like her head is tilted back, and she seems still to be almost in that like trance like ecstasy as the blood is pouring from his face, and we see him like start to shrivel and die. It's incredibly disturbing, but again, it's almost like a painting in that way. Like you could see that like this is like the kind of demonic imagery that entrances and intoxicates people, and here it is in cinematic form.
Yeah, it's just so like incredible to see a movie like this where very often the sort of that romanticized version of women and the vampire, or even something like Phantom of the Opera, where it's very like, oh, he's a little bit scarred, but actually he's pretty handsome too. and this movie sort of lays all that bare of he's an actual monster, and gruesome in every possible respect, and so to get this imagery at the end of the film where all that is sort of laid bare, like you gotta have some to put it crudely, you've got to have some balls to put that on screen. And and Robert Eggers certainly is one of the people not afraid to do that. And so again, and it's sort of as gruesome as it is, it does have its own kind of beauty in that way.
Yeah, and we are not done with the beautiful yet disturbing imagery, because after Orlok officially, dies, Thomas finally does arrive, too late, but in many respects just in time, because even though he is too late to save Ellen, he is not too late to say goodbye to her, because there's that moment of real intimacy where even as Orlok is, she's lying there in bed covered in blood with Orlok's desiccated corpse now on top of her, she still has her eyes barely open, and she reaches out her hand to her husband Thomas, and he takes it and holds it as she dies. And it's a true moment of beauty and connection and intimacy and utter tragedy, because the movie's not afraid to commit to the bit. Ellen needed to sacrifice herself, was willing to sacrifice herself to save everyone, and she did. And this is the cost. This is where she ultimately, at long last, succumbs to the death that once she feared, but now has chosen to embrace.
Yeah, and then we get, and then von Franz comes in, and I don't have the text in front of me of
I'll find
what it says, but it's here we go. And lo, the maiden fair did offer up her love unto the beast, and with him lay in close embrace until the first cock crow. Her willing sacrifice thus broke the curse and freed them from the plague of Nosferatu.
As final lines for this movie go, it's about perfect, and as final images go, first with Willem Dafoe's von Franz looking out the window and picking up the
and I do want to say before I put that final image up, I want to say I do love that as the final sort of line, because it goes to something that we haven't necessarily talked a lot about, but the fact that for Robert Eggers, what appeals to him so much about the Nosferatu version of the story is that it's akin to a sort of fairy tale, a very dark, twisted fairy tale, but a fairy tale nonetheless, more so than the like the story of Dracula is. And so by ending it this way in sort of a, you know, that sort of fairy tale like manner with that line, it's just it's really beautiful, and it makes it definitely feel like sort of in the same vein of like a dark fairy tale, like not unlike Pan's Labyrinth, you know, sort of ending on that kind of note. And yeah, I just thought it was absolutely wonderful, and I love the fact that you kind of remarked in the commentary that part of it was due to the fact of the sort of the music that was already recorded, so they had to like sit on the shot of Von Franz for a bit longer. But I actually like that it's not in a rush to cut to that final shot where it's hangs on it for a bit, where Von Franz, you know, picks up the cat and, you know, stares out the window, and you can see his reflection in the mirror. That in of itself is a very beautiful shot, and could have in fact finished the movie, but then we cut to this.
Yeah.
Which
yeah. Robert Eggers has made 4 movies. All 4 of them have ended on an incredibly chilling and effective, but in its own way, beautiful shot. The Witch with Thomasin laughing as she ascends toward the sky, having embraced her destiny as a witch. The Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson's Tommy on the rocks, with the gulls having pecked out his liver and his eye. The Northman with Alexander Skarsgård's Amleth being taken to Valhalla or Valhalla, I should say, in the embrace of a demonic looking Valkyrie. And then there's
which I fucking love that shot. I just pause for a second? That for as far as final shots, like that one from the Northman, like lives in my psyche because
it absolutely does, and it was my favorite final shot of his movies, honestly, until this one. It is so dark, it is so fucked up, but it is in its own way so beautiful. Like the fact that it's, you know, it's the blood and it's the corpse and it's the young beautiful maiden cut down before her time, and there's the flowers, and it's just the entire movie told in the scene of one image, and the most twisted and disturbing version of it, but again in its own way beautiful, and certainly indelible, and one that does not leave your mind for a long time. Like when I saw the movie end on that scene, I was like, that's where I was just like, Robert Eggers, you have done it again, you mad bastard. I don't know how you're going to top this, honestly, but I'm sure you will find a way.
Yeah, Wait, this is one of those cases where I didn't have this reaction, but it really did remind me of the time that I went with my mom to see Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street in theaters. And it was that final shot of, spoiler alert, after Sweeney Todd has had his throat slit and the blood is dripping down onto the face of his dead wife. And the camera just pulls back slowly, you know, with the music and everything. Then it cuts to credits, and there was like stunned silence in the theater. And then both my mom and I just start maniacally laughing because it was so gross, so twisted that like the only reaction you can have is just laughing at it. And then other people in the theater started to lighten up and like sort of chuckle a bit themselves. And it's like, once you realize that you were allowed to find it sort of hilariously macabre, you know, and so it's almost the same kind of thing here. Even though I didn't laugh at the end, I was more in a sort of stunned silence of, as like gross and horrifying as that is, it's also incredibly beautiful. And so that was sort of the reaction I was having. And maybe because I was by myself and like I'm perfectly fine sitting with my own twisted nature when I'm watching stuff by myself. But but yeah, it's just the we talked about the opening of this movie just being one of the greatest all time sort of opening scenes for a film, and I feel like the exact same can be said about the ending. This has to be one of the all time great film endings. It's got to at least be near the top, right? I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, it is fitting that as this movie, I think, as I truly believe, has become a new instant classic in not only the horror genre, but just in cinema in general, like that it should have an instantly indelible final image like this to kind of cap it off, in concert with everything else that makes the scene great, including the music. It's again pretty note perfect, and Robert Eggers, has outdone himself yet again with this. And I look forward to the challenge of seeing what he comes up next. But this particular image, until we see his next movie, is going to live rent free in my mind.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's 4 hours and 38 minutes in, and we've just gotten to the end of the movie. Do you have any regrets?
I have no regrets whatsoever. I had a feeling that we would go long. Unless we cut it short within the next 2 minutes, this is going to end up being our longest stream together. I couldn't be happier because I really wanted to give this movie its due justice, and I feel like we did. And there are even a few elements that I want to make sure we quickly go over before we wrap up. But goddamn it!
Just so long as we don't cross over the
we won't do that.
The Hobbit threshold.
We won't do that.
Okay.
But I really I just want to do just a lightning round here. I mean, the crafts of this movie are immaculate. We've sung out some of them, but I feel like we just should shout out the names of a lot of the people Robert Eggers has worked with before. His costume designer, Linda Muir. The costumes in this movie are immaculate, and I feel like the only reason we haven't touched on them more is this isn't really our area of expertise. The production design, Craig Lathrop, who has worked with Robert Eggers on all of his movies, and Robert Eggers, having gotten his start as a production designer, always designs his movies and every shot with the production in mind. Also incredible work. The editor, Louise Ford. We've already shouted out the cinematographer, Yaron Blatsky. The sound team, so many people who contributed to that. And then, and the performers, who we've all given, ample due, but also just Robert Eggers himself, because we've spent a lot of time praising his direction. I also feel like we should praise the fact that he wrote this movie. He's the writer and director. And it's notable that even though this is a story that has been told again and again and again and again, the original Nosferatu is a silent movie. So all of this dialogue that we've been celebrating, with the exception of a few title cards that he pulled from the original Nosferatu, this all came from him. And that's why I really feel it should have gotten an adapted screenplay consideration as well, because when you're able to take a well-known property like this and turn it into something unique and wholly your own, that is a true feat of writing as well.
I tried to write down the other day all the categories I would have nominated this movie for, and I'm just
I totaled it up, and if I were running the Oscars,
all of them.
This movie would have gotten 13 nominations minimum from me, including probably, I would give it picture director, actress, probably double supporting actor for Bill Skarsgård and Willem Dafoe, although Nicholas Hoult would have gotten consideration from me too. Adapted screenplay, cinematography, which it did get, costume design, which it did get, editing, which it did not get but deserved, makeup and hairstyling, which it did get, production design, which it did get, original score, which goddamn it should have gotten, sound, and hell, even throw visual effects in. Really, the only thing it would not have been nominated for was original song because it doesn't have one. But I'm sure if they had come up with something like that, they would have been too.
Yeah, just this is just. And this is where, like, I mentioned this, a few days ago. Like, this movie is where the Academy's genre bias is fully laid bare. It's and I get also it came out rather late. It released on Christmas Day, and so maybe that played a bit. If it had had more time to sort of build up an awareness of the movie, maybe it would have gotten more. But like, it's just ridiculous that especially looking at some of the other stuff. By the way, the exact same experience you did. I really tried to give what's it called?
Amelia Perez.
Amelia Perez shot. I made it, I think, about 15-20 minutes in. And yep. I was just like, are things going to improve at a certain point?
No.
Because not only like is it like not a very good movie, it's a terrible musical. Yeah. Like, awful. And I love musicals, and I'm like, this one over Wicked at the Golden Globes? What the fuck? And so the fact that Nosferatu did not land a Best Picture nomination when something like that did, I'm just like, oh God.
Yes.
But
no, I mean,
yeah, I thought you would get a chuckle out of that because
I would.
Because I thought I said to myself, with everything that's being said about it and the fact that Jared didn't like it, I'm like, wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if I turn it on and I actually really respond to it? Mm-hmm. And that did not happen. Yeah. Maybe I should have tried to watch a bit more of it, but I was like, this isn't working for me.
No, I mean, to be like, we have a reputation of being very positive on this channel and talking about movies that we love, and that is our continued ethos. Let us just safely say we will never be discussing Amelia Perez on this channel. and I will just
like, and I know that this is already well said by more, by more people than me, and probably more intelligent people than me, but like, I was watching it and thinking to myself, this just seems very unsubtly offensive to many people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's telling when the demographic is allegedly purported to represent doesn't seem to like it very much either. Yeah. But
so this is vastly off topic to what we were to our topic tonight, but I couldn't not mention it to you because I knew that you'd get a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, and I did, but I also am quietly I mean, I'm just very glad that Amelia Perez is not going to win Best Picture now, and that it will be another movie that perhaps is not as good as the movies we would have championed, but a more acceptable alternative. I will just, as I alluded to earlier in this movie, the one thing that I'm truly if I could make one change and only one to this year's Oscar lineup, I would remove the racist star of Amelia Perez, Carla Sofia Gascon, from the Best Actress category, and I would place Lily-Rose Depp in there, because that would be an honest celebration of true artistry rather than whatever else.
Yeah, I have a few things I would change, but
yeah, I would too, but that would be number one.
Yeah.
Anyway, we don't need to.
Anyway, but also I do want to say, in fairness, I don't want to yuck anybody else's yum either, because I think clearly there were people who did enjoy the movie. They voted for it. And like, I know I have plenty of people who are like wagging their finger at me because I've consistently said that I've placed Joker Folie à Deux in my top 5 of the year. And I know there were a lot of people who were not pleased with that film. But I got to watch it before I read any critics' reviews, so I got to form my own opinion of it. So, it's the way of the world. But it is surprising to me excuse me, the sort of way that a narrative forms around certain movies, and then and then sometimes you get around to seeing it and you're like, what the hell are those people smoking? But yeah, Nosferatu should have been nominated for Best Picture, without a doubt. And yeah, so but yeah, this was great talking about it tonight. Obviously we had a lot to say, and yeah, it's been a long overdue. We've both been itching to talk about this movie ever since we saw it in theaters, and I'm glad we finally got to do it. And yeah, no, and we'll get to talk a bit more next week when we do our and talk about sort of our favorite picks from the year. About I'm sure we'll mention again how we would have nominated this for all the awards. And yeah, and then we'll get to talk about it'll give us another chance to sort of rave about our the sort of underappreciated gems that we championed throughout the year.
Very much looking forward to that. But for now, I will just say that in the spirit of closing out for this movie, this, like, I think I had mentioned on when we did our discussion of the Batman a couple years ago, there is a special feeling when you're watching a movie and as you're watching it, that it is special and you can feel the effect it's having it on you. And when you reach the end, you know that you are watching one of your favorite movies, of like what will become one of your favorite movies. And thank you, Curtis, for sticking with us to the end of this very long discussion. And this movie has given me that feeling. I have loved it. I can truly say that I have loved it more every rewatch I have done so far. I think I've seen it 6 times now, and it just keeps rising higher in the ranks. It is a masterpiece, as we said. It is also just, for me personally, it's a work of art now that means a lot to me, and how in the emotions I felt watching it, and how beautiful I find the story and every aspect of the filmmaking. And I am just so grateful now that we have it and that it exists. And I had mentioned earlier that, like, I think when you talked about like what favorite Robert Eggers movies, and I'd always put The Witch at number 1. And I do still always have that personal connection to The Witch because it is the first movie of his that I saw, and I love it dearly. But the more I've watched this movie, the more I've come to the conclusion that I do think that this is his best movie, because I just am in awe of it. And for a movie to have that effect on me in this year, especially in the same year we got a movie like Dune Part 2, I'm like, for all my other complaints about the film year in 2024, it was a special one because we got these movies, and Wicked 2, which you introduced me to, John, and thank you for that, because that's up there as well. But Nosferatu is a singular and special experience that I will cherish going forward.
Yeah, it's I'm in no rush to sort of sort of figure out which one of those the 3 movies from this year I hold nearest and dearest, because it honestly keeps changing. You know, when Wicked was out, I was like, that shot's my number one, and then I'm like, but then I've come to realize actually that, you know, after sort of spending some time again with Dune Part 2, I'm like, oh no, but that it's just such a, you know, massive achievement. And then you've got this, which is just sort of, you know, sort of unlike anything else I've ever seen except for other Robert Eggers movies. And even then it sort of stands out on its own. So I'm just like, I'm perfectly fine sort of holding those 3 up as sort of a testament to, you know, the best in cinema of this year, in my opinion, and 3 wildly different movies. And I think, like, you know, we should be so lucky to get, you know, movies like that every year. And sometimes we do. Yeah. Well, last year, I think you and I were very happy with a certain movie called Oppenheimer. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, that's, I've been really happy to get to talk about each of these movies on here with you. And honestly, for both you and me to not really care how long we spend talking about them, because it's just a great way to sort of, you know, gush about our love for them and they get it out of our system.
No, I have no regrets. I'm very happy that we got to have this conversation. I love having these discussions about movies that we love, and let's keep at it, because this is, you know, this is kind of one of our little corners of light in the darkness that we're going through, and I want to keep that flame burning.
Yeah. And I am not going to allow this stream to veer over 5 hours. So, we're just going to wrap things up. Next week, we're doing the 40th anniversary celebration of Amadeus for our Oscar special. So please come and join us for that. I don't think it'll go as long, but then again, we'll be talking about Amadeus, which is one of my favorite films of all time. So who knows? But I hope you guys have a wonderful what's left of your nights. And yeah, absolutely, Curtis. I will echo that. This rejuvenates me every Sunday, and allows me to focus on something that isn't depressing and makes me happy. So yeah, I know. Exactly. quite the film. It really says something about the dark our real world is going through. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching tonight and for sticking with us. We love you guys. We value your support so much, and hope to see you next week. Until then, have a great night, and we'll see you later.